Bills number 2 of 2024. The bill is for an act of Parliament to amend the Elections Act and the County Governments Act to provide for nomination of members of a county assembly to represent marginalized groups and for connected purposes. That bill arrived from the Senate and will be read for the first time in the National Assembly and will be taken through the procedures. And also lined up for first reading this afternoon is the Labor Migration and Management number 2 bill. This is a Senate bill number 42 of 2024. It is a bill for an act of Parliament to provide for the regulation of private employment agencies and the recruitment of workers within and outside Kenya to safeguard the rights and welfare of job seekers and migrant workers and for connected purposes. That bill will also be read for the first time. In the order of business this afternoon are a number of motions. One by the Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee, and it's on the consideration of the supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026. The other motion is by the Chairperson, Committee on Delegated Legislation. The motion is on the consideration of the draft salaries.
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Benefits of state and other public officers regulations 2025. If you're just joining us, you are looking at live pictures of the National Assembly chambers and the business is about to begin. On your screen is the mace, followed by the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Masika Wetangula, followed by the clerks in the National Assembly who will be running business this afternoon. This broadcast is available on KBC Channel 1, Bunge TV, and on YouTube.
Tuheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tunakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na tujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, ring the quorum bell.
The quorum bell is ringing, and that means that the House is still not able to achieve the required number of members seated to allow business to begin. The number required is 50. This is according to the provisions of the standing orders of the National Assembly. As we wait for the House to curate, we'll continue to take a look at the order of business this afternoon. The Fisheries Management and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2023, has been lined up for debate for the second reading. The Forest Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2025, has also been lined up for debate for the second reading. The Quality Healthcare and Patient Safety Bill, National Assembly Bill number 41 of 2025, is also in the order of business this afternoon, and the bill is currently on the second reading stage. And the Chairperson Public Petitions Committee will move a motion on the consideration of a petition regarding delay in resettlement of squatters under the Chepkumia Land Exchange Program, that this House adopts the report of the Public Petitions Committee on its consideration of a public petition number 69 of 2023 regarding delay in resettlement of squatters in Koibem and Gerek villages, Nandi County, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 11th November 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 34, subsection 5B of the Forest Conservation and Management Act, Cap 385, approves that the boundaries of the South Nandi Forest be varied by excluding 910.62 hectares in the Kaimosi block along the Yala River from the original boundaries of the forest for the resettlement of documented squatters from Koibem and Gerek villages in Nandi County, and for attendant public utilities as planned under the Chepkumia Land Exchange Program, that the 910.62 hectares so excluded under paragraph A be degazetted and allocated as follows: 266.88 hectares to be allocated for the resettlement of the documented squatters from Koibem village, 455.45 hectares be allocated for the resettlement of the documented squatters from Gerek village, and 188.29 hectares be reserved for attendant public utilities. And also that the House approves and makes the resolutions contained in the first schedule to the order paper. We are waiting for quorum to be achieved. The Chairperson, Public Investment Committee on Governance and Education, will move a motion on the fifth report on the audited accounts of various state corporations, Western Region, for the financial years 2018 and 2019 to 2020 and 2021. The Chairperson, Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee, will move a motion on the 11th report on the audited accounts of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for the financial years 2016-2017 to 2021-2022. The Chairperson, Public Investment Committee on Governance and Education, will move a motion on the 7th report on the audited accounts for the various state corporations for the financial years 2018-2019 to 2020-2021. The Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock, will also move a motion on the inquiry into the pricing of tea in Kenya, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock on its inquiry into the pricing of tea in Kenya, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 4th December 2025.
Honorable members, we now have quorum to transact business. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Makali Mulu, take your seat. Honorable members, I have a short communication to make on the review of the National Assembly standing orders. Honorable members, as you may be aware, Standing Order 264 requires a review of the standing orders at least once in every term of Parliament. Indeed, it is a tradition in Commonwealth jurisdictions for Parliament to review its rules of procedure towards the end of its term for use by the next Parliament. Over the years, the termly review process has proven invaluable in providing the House with an opportunity to refine, update, and strengthen the standing orders for the benefit of subsequent Houses. Honorable members, this practice has been useful in affording members an opportunity to enrich the rules of procedure based on their experiences and empirical interaction with the various provisions. Through your continuous engagement with the rules in both plenary and committee sittings, you acquire useful first-hand insight into how the provisions can be applied in practice, and therefore, as the primary custodians and daily users of the rules, you are uniquely positioned to guide the refinement. Honorable members, in light of the foregoing, I wish to inform the House that the Procedure and House Rules Committee has officially embarked on the end-of-term review of the National Assembly Standing Orders pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 264. Accordingly, I now invite committees, individual members and parliamentary staff, members of the public and all stakeholders to submit any proposals they may have for consideration by the committee. The invitation to the general public and other stakeholders is in keeping with the requirement of Article 118 of the Constitution on public participation. In particular, I urge committees to undertake an honest appraisal of the committee system, including its structure, scope of mandate, compliance with the constitutional and statutory requirements, operational practices, effectiveness of current legislative oversight mechanisms, handling of public petitions, and/or any gaps in the standing orders, and propose recommendations for improvement. Honorable members, for good order, all general views or proposed amendments to the standing orders should be forwarded to the Procedure and House Rules Committee through the clerk by way of written submissions. The receipt and collation process should be concluded by 31st July 2026. I therefore encourage you, honorable members, to present your views and proposals ahead of this deadline. This will also apply to any other stakeholders and the general public. The Procedure and House Rules Committee is encouraged to undertake a thorough and open-minded examination of all aspects of the standing orders, including, among others, the system of governance and the bicameral structure of Parliament, noting procedural challenges and opportunities, the committee system with focus on size, composition, mandate, operations, tenure, efficiency and effectiveness of such committees, oversight mechanisms, particularly in areas that may not have received adequate attention, such as the budget process and oversight of budget implementation and the national debt, facilitation of constitutional commissions and independent offices to interact with the House, including the handling of reports submitted under Article 254 of the Constitution. and the penal authority of the House, including emerging trends on disciplinary procedures. At the end of the review, the committee will be expected to present a report to the House on outlining provisions recommended for amendment, inclusion, or repeal. In summary, honorable members, I hereby notify the House of the commencement of the end of term review of the standing orders of the House and invite House committees, honorable members, and parliamentary staff to make written submissions to the committee on any areas for possible review. Require the Procedure and House Rules Committee to hold consultative meetings with the House leadership, including committee leadership, to obtain their views on areas for review in the standing orders. And C, direct the Clerk of the National Assembly to facilitate the Procedure and House Rules Committee to undertake the end of term review of the standing orders, including the process of seeking views from the public and external stakeholders. The House is accordingly guided. Majority Leader, you remember you are prosecuting a bill on public participation. So the reviews must also reflect the anticipated law on public participation, the extent and all the things that we have been discussing. Honorable members, my second short communication is a recognition of a delegation from the County Assembly of Bungoma County, where yours truly comes from. I wish to introduce you to a delegation from the County Assembly of Bungoma who are seated in the Speaker's Gallery. The delegation comprises 11 members of the Assembly's Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. They are Honorable Jacob Busero, Chairperson and Head of Delegation, Honorable Evelyn Anyango, Vice Chair, Honorable Linda Haraha, Member, Honorable Joan Kirong, I'm told she's not in the gallery now, Honorable Sheila Sifuma, Member, Honorable Edwin Opora, Member, Honorable George Makari, Member, Honorable Idi Owongo, Member, Honorable Alan Nyongesa, Member, and Honorable Ali Machani, Member. Honorable members, the delegation, accompanied by 2 members of staff, is undertaking a training at the CPST, Center of Parliamentary Studies and Training. And on my behalf and on behalf of the National Assembly, I welcome them to Parliament and wish them fruitful engagements. I thank you. Chikati. Honorable Chikati.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to welcome honorable members of the County Assembly of Bungoma in the National Assembly. The members are on a learning mission at the CPST to identify the gaps in their performance and improve on their deliberations and deliveries. I want to join my fellow MPs from Bungoma to say welcome, feel at home, and learn as more as you can. Also take this opportunity to welcome the students who are here on a learning mission. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Jack Wamboka.
I also joined the queue to welcome our MCS from Bungoma and confirm that indeed they are doing a very good job. Some of them are very well experienced, Honorable Speaker. It's important for members to note that Honorable Majani Balala has been elected about 7 times in Bungoma County. He was once a mayor of Webuye, and is a very seasoned politician, and they're doing a good job. Generally, Bungoma, we do not have a lot of noise. They've been doing a good job, but we want to encourage them to learn enough and to continue pressing the governor for good services in Bungoma County. Karibuni sana, asanteni kuja.
Chungwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me also, Honorable Speaker, to welcome these members from Bungoma County You know, Bungoma County, Honorable Speaker, is not any other county. It is a county where the Speaker comes from. It is also the county where the governor is a former Speaker of the Senate, the current governor. And the Speaker of the National Assembly, of course, hails from the same county, and having also served as a senator for Bungoma. And as I welcome them, to also ask them to take note of your communication today, which I also wanted to re-emphasize on the need to continuously review our standing orders. Because I note even in many of our county assemblies, their standing orders, each county assembly almost have their own standing orders that are not similar to others. So it's also good to benchmark on our standing orders, those of the Senate, and try and standardize the standing orders across the counties. There are some counties you find it's very easy to remove a leader of majority without any reference to the sponsoring parties, and others it is not possible to do that, or even the leadership in those county assemblies, and even the way in which they conduct business of electing their leaders in the assemblies. And therefore, it would be a good thing to benchmark with what is going on in the National Assembly. And on that note, Honorable Speaker, I wanted particularly to ask the Honorable KJ, who I was observing whether he was listening to your communication when you are communicating, because he's one of the members who has occasionally raised issues between the CII committee and that of the public petitions. Yes. The same with the Committee on Health. You remember even last week, just before we went on recess, the last week, there was an issue on a petition that had been brought by some petitioners on whether it should go to the Public Petitions Committee or to the Health Committee. Yes. Therefore, I want to invite all of us to, especially chairs and vice chairs of committees, to look at the things that have made your work difficult this session, or rather this parliament, so that in the 14th Assembly, we do not have the same problems. Yes. And I have in mind the workings of the Public Petitions Committee vis-a-vis the work of a number of departmental committees. So chairs of departmental committees, you have your work cut out so that we can have a dissection of what petitions go to the Public Petitions Committee and which public petitions can come and directly be committed to the departmental committees for consideration. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, cases. 1 minute.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I also want to join in to congratulate and welcome the County Assembly of Bungoma. This is a good lesson and a good engagement, because what business this National Assembly is doing is not far different from what the county assemblies are doing. And therefore, I want to say thank you as I single out one, Sheila Sifuma, who, Mr. Speaker, played a critical role during the UDA party establishment in the previous election. And she demonstrated how the agenda of the party could be put to the people of the nation, and they were able to put up their government through their commitment. And I want to say thank you so much. This is how the work should be done. Thank you.
Last, Nabi. Chematia, hata wewe pia unataka kuongea kwa hiyo. Sawa. Nabi, 1 minute. Chematia will close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to join my colleagues in congratulating the team from Bungoma, my neighbors, for having taken the initiative to come to learn. Mr. Speaker, having been in the first county government, I understand the challenges that county assemblies go through. I would want to urge them to learn on how to improve on accountability mechanisms. Many of the reports that come to county assemblies have hidden messages. And I would like to ask the members of the county assembly from Bungoma that during their time at the CFST, they should utilize it to learn as much as possible to improve on their reporting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Jematia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to join members in welcoming and congratulating members of County of Bungoma to the floor of the House. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, first I want to recognize my two friends, Sheila and the friend and other members, and ask them to work so hard because Bungoma depends on them. Mr. Speaker, county assemblies have been playing a pivotal role in devolution, and CPST, partnering with Parliament, is going to help all of us to have a good governance in the county and the National Assembly. Otherwise, I want to thank them, and I want to wish them all the best. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Leader of majority. Honorable members, as we deal with the laying of papers, we have the PCS, Prime Cabinet Secretary, at the back. He will soon come in. He's going to deal with 2 issues. The issue of hardship areas and how they are designated. I don't see Jared Okello here. That has been his pet subject. But I know all of you have been talking to this. And he'll also speak to the House and the nation about unlawful recruitment of Kenyans to go out there as mercenaries to fight for foreign legions and armies, which you are aware has been surfacing here. There are 2 questions listed by Mwenje and Oundo. Because of the agenda at order number 13, I'll stay those questions to another date so that he finishes with those 2 issues and any supplementaries that will follow, and we go to order number 13. So go ahead, Majority Leader, and lay your papers.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 1st April 2026, afternoon sitting. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statement for the year ended 30th June 2025, and the certificates therein in respect of 1. Bomet University College, 2. Coast Development Authority, 3. Criminal Assets Recovery Fund, 4. Defunct Kenya Water Towers Agency, 5. Emergency Chronic and Critical Illness Fund, 6. Engineers Board of Kenya, 7. Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, 8. Kenya Copyright Board, 9. Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation Deposit Insurance Fund, 10. Kenya Ordnance Factories Corporation, 11. Kenya Reassurance Corporation Limited, 12. Kericho National Polytechnic, 13. Land Surveyors Board, 14. Mechanical and Transport Fund, State Department for Roads, 15. Ministry of Defense, 16. Nairobi International Financial Center Authority, 17. Nairobi Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, 18. National Council for Persons with Disability, 19. National Museum of Kenya, 20. Numerical Machining Complex Limited, 22. 21. Nyamira National Polytechnic, 22. Nzoia Sugar Company Limited, 23. Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, 24. Parliamentary Joint Service, 25. Public Trustee for Kenya, of Kenya, 26. Railway Development Levy Fund Operation, State Department for Transport, 27. Roads Maintenance Levy Fund, Kenya Urban Roads Authority, 28. State Department for Cabinet Affairs, 29. State Department for Wildlife, and 30. Teacher Service Commission. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I lay.
Chairperson, Public Petitions Committee, Karemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 1st April 2026. Reports of the Public Petitions Committee on its consideration of 1. Public Petition number 4 of 2023 by Honorable Tom Ondege, MP, regarding delayed adjudication and settlement of squatters on Makalda Mines Land Limited land. 2. public petition number 32 of 2023 by Mr. Lewis Gishini regarding tamaking of Kiganjo, Mugoda, Wakairo Link Road. 3, public petition number 35 of 2023 by Mr. Ibrahim Makwata regarding compensation for compulsorily acquired land properties along Kibwezi Kitui Road. 4, public petition number 58 of 2023 by Mr. Godfrey Maina regarding amendment to the Estate Duty Act to entrench taxation equality. Number 5, public petition number 80 of 2023 by the National Treasury regarding the release of the free-day secondary education capitation deficit for the academic year 2019 and the financial years 2020/2021 to 2022/2023. Number 6, public petition number 82 of 2023 by Honorable Captain Rueda Obo, MP, regarding the gazettement of Bunilungi Forest in Lam County. Number 7, public petition number 1 of 2024 by Honorable Boniface Katobu regarding enactment of legislation on the development of irrigation infrastructure. Number 8, public petition number 11 of 2024 by the Honorable Professor Phyllis Bartow, MP, regarding waiver of the Elgeyo Border Settlement Scheme, number 45 Settlement Fund Trustees Loan. Number 9, public petition number 17 of 2024 by Honorable Caleb Mule, MP, regarding failure of the Insurance Regulatory Authority, IRA, to protect public transport operators on insurance claims. Number 10, public petition number 1 of 2025 by Honorable John Buire, MP, regarding recognition of the Pare people as a tribe in Kenya. 11, public petition number 9 of 2025 by Honorable Patrick Ntwiga Munene, MP, regarding recognition of Chuka community as a tribe in the Republic of Kenya. 12, public petition number 11 of 2025 by Honorable Rahim Daoud, MP, regarding compensation and land allocation to Mau Mau War veterans. Number 13, public petition number 14 of 2025 by Mr. Allen Wayaki Gishoe, EBS, Senior Counsel, regarding the proposal to amend the Consumer Protection Act to provide for the induplum rule. Number 14, public petition number 17 of 2025 by Honorable Danson Mwashako, MP, regarding delivery of original marriage certificates to the Registrar of Marriages. And 15, public petition number 19 of 2025 by the Computer Science Teachers Association of Kenya regarding policy and legislative interventions to reverse the decline in uptake of STEM subjects in the country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I lay.
Honorable members, I think we should commend the new chairman of public petitions, Honorable Karemba. He has laid on the table a record 15 reports to public petitions, something hitherto unknown in this House in the previous management of that committee. We should thank you for your industry and your committee and continue working as hard as you can. Next order. Yes, Chepkonga.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. It is true, the former chair had decided that he was going to sit here permanently, but since Honorable Karemba took over, he has disappeared from this, and I advocated for him, Mr. Speaker. So we should look for him so that he can come and sit here. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House, the charter for Kenya Medical Research Institute. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Karemba, you have a notice of motion? Yes. On all of them or on one?
On one.
Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Public Petitions Committee on its consideration of Public Petition number 14 of 2025 regarding the proposal to amend the Consumer Protection Act to provide for the indum plum rule laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 1st April 2026. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
When do you bring the rest of the notices?
As soon as they are ready.
Okay. Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge in the Speaker's gallery the following. Naramat Junior and Senior School from Kajiado, North Kajiado. Kangurwe Primary and Junior School from Mukurweini, Nyeri. And a delegation of 15 visitors from Suna West Constituency Women Caucus. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, I welcome all the visitors to the House of Parliament. Masara, 1 minute. Yes. Give Honorable Masara the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir. Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate the leadership of the National Assembly for allowing women from Migori County, led by the Deputy Whip of Migori County, Honorable Beatrice Onyancha, who is my area elected member of Parliament, National County Assembly, and the 3 other nominated MCA, Beatrice, Alice, and Ann Kie. Mr. Speaker, women play a very important role in the society, especially in development in the society. They stabilize us where there is problem. They contribute to our election. That's why today I decided to bring them here so that they can appreciate that the National Assembly, they brought me to, they can see it so that next time when they are doing election, they can do election based on, from the informed position. Mr. Speaker, as we move toward election, let's encourage the members of the public to elect more women in the positions of leadership so that our leadership position can be changed. We have realized women are doing better, and if they are supported, this country can move from where it is today to the next level. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Next order. A clerk.
Order number 7.
Leave number 7. Dispose of the first readings. Then come back to number 7.
Order number 8. The Circle Societies Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 32 of 2025, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Circle Societies Act and for connected purposes. Order number 9, the Competition Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2026, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Competition Act and for connected purposes. Order number 10, the Supplementary Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2026, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to authorize the issue of certain sums of money out of the consolidated fund and the application towards the service of the year ending on the 30th June 2026, and to appropriate those sums for certain public services and purposes. Order number 11, the County Government's Elections Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 2 of 2024, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Elections Act and the County Government's Act to provide for nomination of members of a county assembly to represent marginalized groups and for connected purposes. Order number 12, the Labor Migration and Management number 2 bill, Senate Bill number 42 of 2024, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the regulation of private employment agencies and the recruitment of workers within and outside Kenya, safeguard the rights and welfare of job seekers and migrant workers, and for connected purposes.
Call out order number 7. Majority Leader, can you get the PCS into the chamber?
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Yeah? Okay, Wangari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for indulging me, given the urgency of this matter. Honorable Speaker, in pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the circumstances surrounding the death of Master Faiz Leslie Faraji at Gilgil Hills Academy. Honorable Speaker, Master Faiz Leslie Faraji was a 3-year-old boy from Gilgil constituency, died on 27th March 2026 under unclear circumstances at the Gilgil Hills Academy, where he was a student in the playgroup class. The school reported the incident at Gilgil Police Station, OB number 36/27/203/2026 at 13:59 hours as a case of drowning in the school fish pond. However, a post-mortem examination conducted in the presence of the family indicated that the child had not inhaled any water, thereby casting serious doubt on the reported case of death. This discrepancy has raised concerns and public outrage within and beyond Gilgil constituency, particularly on the credibility of the school's account, the circumstances leading to the child's death, and the apparent lack of accountability to the bereaved family. Consequently, protests have erupted in the area, with members of the public demanding justice and transparency. The precarious situation calls for urgent intervention. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. 1, a report on the circumstances surrounding the death of Master Faiz Leslie Faraji at Gilgil Hills Academy, including the status of investigations, whether any arrests have been made, and if so, the charges preferred against the suspects. Number 2, a report on the findings of the toxicology conducted in relation to the death of Master Faiz Leslie Faraji. Number 3, a report on whether there have been any previously reported deaths at Gilgil Hills Academy, including the status of investigations into these deaths and interventions made where such cases have been reported. Number 4, the steps taken and policy guidelines, if any, that the Ministry of Education relies to handle psychological trauma among the learners and parents in the unfortunate incidences of deaths of learners in schools. 5, the steps taken by the Ministry of Education to curb the increasing number of deaths in learning institutions, including steps to monitor and enforce the ban on corporal punishment in schools. And finally, an indication on whether any measures have been taken to mandate the installation of CCTV cameras in schools and to ensure such systems are properly maintained and operational at all times. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Wangari, do you think that is a matter of education on safety in schools, or it's a police matter under security?
Mr. Speaker, I would have thought it would be shared, but I would like it to go to the Committee on Internal Security because there is an ongoing investigation.
Of a criminal nature?
Yes, of some criminal nature.
So, Russell, when can you bring a response on Tuesday? In view of the remarks by the member?
Obliged, Mr. Speaker. As you are indicating, this is also a matter for education, safety in institutions of learning, but also the honorable member suspects criminal culpability in this particular case. Next Tuesday, Honorable Speaker.
Next Tuesday. And Melly, you should also have a look at the broad issue of safety in schools, especially where small children are involved. Is the PCS in the chamber? Honorable Mudavadi, welcome to the chamber. Honorable members, as I indicated earlier, you have been repeatedly raising issues about designation of areas or certain areas of the country as hardship areas. The PCS is here to make a policy statement on the issue. He will also make a policy statement on unlawful recruitment of Kenyans as mercenaries into foreign legions and armies, particularly in the ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict. PCS, you are welcome. I want to allocate this segment 1 hour, so we'll finish with the PCS by 4:15. If we can deal with the two policy issues quickly, then I can allow Mwenje and Oundo to throw in their questions. PCS, you are welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to respond to the issue about the hardship areas and disparities that arise thereof. So I wish to make a statement, Mr. Speaker, which I will also table and submit to the House. So I'll highlight a few aspects of it rather than read the entire statement, but I'll pick out the key highlights. Honorable Speaker, I take this opportunity to thank you for inviting me to respond to issues raised by honorable members of the National Assembly on 3 specific areas. 1, an update on the report of the Interagency Technical Committee on the mode of addressing existing disparities on designated hardship areas and payment of allowance in the public service. 2, give an overview of the criteria used by the government in determining designated hardship areas in the public service. And 3, the steps taken by the government to ensure that the criteria used in determining hardship areas in the country are fair to all. And Mr. Speaker, I may just wish to put on record that I'm also accompanied here by the Principal Secretary for Public Service, Honorable Imbunya, equally with the Principal Secretary for Coordination, Ibrahim, and the Principal Secretary for Diaspora, Madam Jogu. Mr. Speaker, as you may recall, I appeared before the August House on 30th April 2025 and responded to questions regarding review of designated hardship areas and payment of hardship allowance in the public. The government has over the years identified and designated some regions of the country as hardship areas for purpose of payment of hardship allowance to public servants working in those areas. Hardship allowance was introduced in 1969 as an incentive to motivate and retain officers stationed in designated hardship areas. Article 41 of the Constitution of Kenya provides that every person has a right to fair labor practices, which includes, among others, fair remuneration and reasonable working conditions. On its part, Section C10 of the Human Resource Policies and Procedure Manual for the Public Service of 2016 provides for payment of hardship allowance for officers stationed in designated areas as an incentive to partially compensate public servants working in the so designated areas. So, Mr. Speaker, let me then go immediately on updating on the report of the Interagency Technical Committee on the mode of addressing existing disparities and designated hardship allowances. Mr. Speaker, in cognizance of the existing disparities in hardship areas in the public service and to provide fairness and parity of treatment of public servants, the government, through the ministry responsible for public service, constituted an interagency technical committee to undertake a study and review designated hardship areas. This committee was appointed in March 2019, and it comprised of the following: the Ministry of Public Service and Gender then, the Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Government, the Ministry of Education, the National Treasury and Planning, the Judiciary, Public Service Commission, Teacher Service Commission, and Salaries and Review Commission, Remuneration Commission, Commission on Revenue Allocation, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, and the Council of Governors. And they had specific terms of reference. Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, I'll just highlight a few of the recommendations of the committee's report. And these were: there are areas currently designated as hardship or petitioned by stakeholders to be categorized as hardship. However, upon review, they were found not to be hardship qualified. The severity of hardship in the reviewed areas vary from moderate to extreme. Some of the currently designated hardship areas covered an entire county, sub-county division uniformly. It is, however, noted that some regions have only specific locations with moderate or extreme hardship conditions, and the areas were reviewed and categorized appropriately. Not all public officers working in hardship areas are compensated through payment of hardship allowance. This is due to disparities in the current policy guidelines on designated hardship areas. Some areas that were previously designated as hardship areas have acquired a different status following implementation of the devolved system of governance and improved socioeconomic development. So, Mr. Speaker, these were broadly the findings. The committee report was finalized. This is the status of the report at this point in time. Was finalized and submitted to the Salaries and Remuneration Commission for concurrence. The SRC reviewed it and provided proposed rates for hardship allowance. It was to subsequently issue advice to the public service on the new rates once the hardship areas are gazetted. However, Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform the House that a court case filed in the Employment and Labor Relations Court at Nairobi by the Kenya Teachers in Hardship and Arid Areas Welfare Association versus the Teachers Service Commission, Public Service Commission, Salaries and Remuneration Commission, the Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, and the Attorney General has temporarily blocked the implementation of the report. The court case has sought to overturn the report and ensure the continuous payment of allowances in the status quo, arguing that the implementation of the report's recommendations would violate constitutional fair labor practice and socioeconomic rights. The court issued a temporary injunction to maintain the status quo until the case is heard and determined. Further, taking cognizance of the socioeconomic changes which may have occurred in the areas studied by the committee since 2019, the Ministry of Public Service, Human Capital Development and Special Programs has submitted a brief to Cabinet to consider a review to align the report to any changes in the socioeconomic status which may have occurred in the proposed areas. Mr. Speaker, let me focus now on the criteria used by the government in determining hardship areas in the country. And it would be important for me to just point out that in the past, areas were previously, and areas that were to be designated, it occurred through consultation with the Office of the President, through the then Provincial Administration and Internal Security, and the Directorate of Personnel Management. This, of course, has changed significantly. Now, as we stand now, Mr. Speaker, the civil service, county governments, and state corporations have 16 designated hardship areas. The teaching service has 44 hardship areas, while the judiciary has 21 hardship areas. And I have, Mr. Speaker, attached an appendix which is attached to this statement, indicating specifically the areas that fall under each institution. Now, the criteria used are as follows. And again, I have attached a detailed appendices. It shows that the criteria covers 7 areas, 7 parameters determined by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. And these are as follows. 1, the issue of food availability, unavailability, and inaccessibility. These are weighted, that is a parameter. The other parameter that comes into play is water, unavailability, and inaccessibility. Then we have the third aspect, which focuses on transport and communication services and looks at their inadequacy or adequacy. Then there's the fourth aspect, parameter, which is social services, and this covers unavailability in areas or inaccessibility of schools, the distance covered, the electricity, connectivity, etc. Then we have the fifth parameter, which covers climate conditions and terrain, the harshness. And this is factored in as a parameter, whether the area is semi-arid, arid, hot, dry, etc. The terrain and how it affects the performance of the public officer. The sixth parameter is security. What is the level of high possibility of security threats? And this could be at 2 levels. There could be human-wildlife conflict security, as an example, and there could be banditry, cattle rustling, and aspects that can also affect the security of the public officers. The seventh parameter, Mr. Speaker, focuses on the poverty severity, and this again has a scientific approach to it developed by the Kenya Bureau of Statistics. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I just want to focus briefly on the steps taken by the government to ensure that the criteria used in determining hardship areas in the country is fair to all. Mr. Speaker, by engaging professionals within the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics and ensuring that there's a parameter and weighted approach to determining the areas that deserve is critical to ensure that there's fairness. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the fact that this is a multi-agency technical team that works together to ensure that there is minimum interference in terms of skewed perception. These two aspects are very important in ensuring that the hardship areas are determined fairly and treated fairly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You can go. Members with questions to this, hold your horses. We deal with the Russian issue as well. Then we combine them. Go ahead and speak to the unlawful recruitment of Kenyans to foreign armies. Then we can take supplementary requests to both. Is Okello in the house? Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will take the same approach, Mr. Speaker. I will highlight the critical aspects and then submit the detailed report to Parliament for further interrogation or review. Honorable Speaker, I rise to address this House on a matter of profound national importance regarding the illegal recruitment of Kenyans into the special military operations of the Russian Federation, and to further praise the National Assembly of the measures the government has undertaken to secure the safe repatriation of our nationals so far recruited. Mr. Speaker, I wish to proceed as follows. First, the data from our embassy in Moscow indicates that approximately 252 Kenyans may have been enlisted in the Russian special military operations. The number could be higher, but the exact figure, as we may want to indicate that we can vouch for, is the 252 figure. Mr. Speaker, the second aspect is that to date, 47 Kenyans have been rescued by through the Kenyan embassy and facilitated for safe repatriation to come home. 47. On the prisoners of war, we have records of 2 Kenyans, namely Evans Kibet and Macharia Willie Muniu, who are being held in Ukraine. The Kenya Honorary Council in Kyiv, Ukraine, has made consular visits to one of the Kenyans held and has requested to get clearance to visit the Kenyan one, the second one. At the moment, we only can talk of 2 specific cases in this category of prisoners of war. Mr. Speaker, I wish to point out that during my recent official visit to Moscow, I engaged and agreed with the Russian minister to explore arrangements for Kenyans held as prisoners of war in Ukraine to be transferred to the Russian Federation to facilitate their subsequent repatriation to Kenya. At the end of March 2026, Mr. Speaker, I wish to also put this on record, that there were approximately 1,000 Kenyan nationals living, working and studying in Russia. This is different from the ones enlisted illegally, the ones living there. The breakdown is that 300 are students and 450 are engaged in different economic activities, and they are not facing any threat whatsoever. I wanted to put this on record because there has been a misinformation that all Kenyans in Russia are in distress. That is not exactly true. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to point out a few other things. It has been established that the recruitment is being conducted by unregistered agencies and individuals operating either in Kenya, Russia, or third countries. Some in the Middle East. They use tourist visas and transit routes through neighboring countries to evade scrutiny at our points of exit where surveillance is high. Mr. Speaker, this recruitment primarily targets ex-security personnel and unemployed persons. We have, however, noted some Kenyans holding regular security jobs in the Middle East are abandoning their positions and voluntarily joining the special military operations in Russia. With the current crisis in the Middle East, there's a heightened risk that this could possibly further fuel recruitment from third countries. Mr. Speaker, contrary to prevailing reports, majority of Kenyans enlisted in the special military operations of Russia went there with their full knowledge and willingly. They signed contracts to participate either as logistics officers or for combat. The lucrative compensation ranging from 1.5 to 3 million Kenya shillings upon joining, and a monthly salary of Kenya shillings 50,000 to 350,000, as well as a promise of citizenship and hefty gratuity upon completion of the contract, have been a major motivation. We want, at this point, Mr. Speaker, to point out that it is not worth it. Mr. Speaker, in my trip to Russia on the 16th to 18th of March, I was accompanied by a delegation comprising members of parliament. I wrote to your office and you cleared the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations, the Diaspora Affairs and Migrant Workers Committee, and the Departmental Committee on Labor, together with the Principal Secretary for Diaspora, to address this matter. In the spirit of transparency, I was also accompanied by journalists from various media houses in Kenya who are able to establish facts and give their own independent reports. Mr. Speaker, let me now turn to the detailed conclusions with the meeting I held with my counterpart, His Excellency Sergei Lavrov, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation, where the following commitments were made. First, the placement of Kenya on a stop list, effectively ending any further enlistment of Kenyans into Russia's special military operations. Secondly, agreement to facilitate consular services by the Kenya Embassy to Kenyan nationals in hospitals and civilian facilities. 3, the Ministries of Defense of Kenya and Russia to work on facilitation of voluntary disengagement of Kenyans involved in the military operations as per the terms of contract. 4, agreement to expedite compensation processes for those who are owed resources or compensation. 5, the two states agreed to initiate bilateral labor agreements to create a safer and regular pathway for Kenyans seeking legitimate work in the Russian Federation. This will mitigate against the challenges we are dealing today. Kenya and Russia also agreed on how to strengthen information sharing so that we can jointly combat trafficking and smuggling networks that exploit vulnerable individuals through misleading recruitment schemes. Lastly, we also agreed on deepening bilateral ties, including expanding trade and investments, increasing the number of scholarships to Kenyans, enhancing cooperation in agriculture, energy, health, civil aviation, and Russian capacity building in handling humanitarian crisis. Mr. Speaker, for all those who are being assisted, the Kenyan Embassy in Moscow continues to facilitate them and to issue them with emergency travel documents. Mr. Speaker, let me also just contextualize something. It is important to note that the size of the Russian Federation spans over 17 million square kilometers. To be precise, 17.1 million square kilometers, making it the largest country in the world. For illustration, Russia is more than half the size of the African continent, which measures 30.4 million square kilometers. So Russia is more than half of Africa. Some of the frontline areas are around 450 to 500 kilometers away from Moscow, while others are as far as 800 kilometers away from Moscow. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to bring this out so that when the debate around this challenge is ongoing, it is important for Kenyans to appreciate that they are dealing with half a continent. It is not an ordinary province. It is half a continent. Somebody is about 1,000 kilometers away from the capital, Moscow. So these are issues that need to be appreciated. And Mr. Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to actually commend the 6 mission staff, 6 in Moscow. We only have the ambassador and 5 officers. The others are local staff, but we have only 6 officers. The ambassador is Mathuki, and he has his 5 officers. So this is the team that has been focusing on helping Kenyans in distress in Russia. Mr. Speaker, we have taken further action to try and deal with this menace. We have deregistered 600 non-compliant or rogue private recruitment agencies, and we will also table the schedule of these deregistered recruitment agencies to the House so that it's also on record. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Diaspora will continue to work very closely with the National Employment Authority to ensure that the issue of labor mobility is more structured, safer, and grants Kenyans better job opportunities. The center, the Diaspora Center, Department also has a 24-hour call center which deals with emergency situations to help Kenyans in distress. Mr. Speaker, this is just a highlight of some of the areas that we have to cover. Over and above that, Mr. Speaker, we intend to amend the legislations that govern labor mobility to make it tighter so that Kenyans are not put in harm's way. We have also established, this is going to be through a multi-agency entity covering the security agencies, immigration, diaspora, labor, security, etc. Mr. Speaker, we will also be looking afresh at the Counter-Trafficking in Persons Act because the penalties there need to be strengthened. As it stands now, the penalty is lenient. So we need to have Parliament to review so that the level of punishment for these heinous crimes can be tougher. Mr. Speaker, we also have sought cabinet approval to accede to both the 1989 United Nations Convention against the recruitment, use, financing, and training of mercenaries, the 1977 Organization of African Unity Convention for the Elimination of Mercenaries in Africa, and a proposal for the amendment to the Counter-Trafficking in Persons Act, Cap 61 of the laws of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I'm bringing this out because for all intents and purposes, we signed off on these conventions, but we had not gone through the whole process, and upon the executive process being complete, we shall submit them here so that they can now be ratified by Parliament in accordance with Article 2(6) of the Constitution of Kenya. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, with that, we shall be able to treat these people as what they really are, because they are essentially operating as mercenaries, and therefore it would be in breach of the law. Mr. Speaker, let me highlight that there is also Section 68 of the Penal Code, which, Cap 63, which criminalizes the enlistment, service, or training of Kenyan citizens in foreign military or armed forces without the written authority of the President. So, Mr. Speaker, for all intents and purposes, those who are engaging in this exercise, even as Kenyans, they are engaging in a criminal activity. And therefore, the government has intervened. We are extending an amnesty so that they can pull back voluntarily. Otherwise, going into the future, it is clear that once it is established they've been involved in this exercise, they stand to face the full force of the law for engaging in criminal activities. Mr. Speaker, we also discussed that there is need between Russia and Kenya to develop instruments on mutual legal assistance and to also develop instruments on the transfer of prisoners and sentenced persons. And finally, we also, as I have said earlier, will be looking at amendments to the Labor Migration Bill of 2025. I think there's some conversation. I think there's one before the House, and we hope that the concerns will be fully captured so that we can deal with that. Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, let me just flag two other issues which I will also submit to Parliament, if I can do so with your underlines, because it's the same topic.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to point out that there is also a growing threat around what we call the Golden Triangle. Mr. Speaker, the Golden Triangle is the border region where Myanmar, Laos, Cambodia, and Thailand meet along the Mekong River, which turns out to be a human trafficking hub for forced criminality. The Golden Triangle has been known for trade, both legal and illegal, at the special economic zones set out to attract foreign investment, tourism, and infrastructure development. However, because of weak oversight and remote geography, some of the special economic zones have become hubs for organized crime, human trafficking, online fraud, and money laundering. Mr. Speaker, in this Golden Triangle, but it's not exactly golden, Kenyan youth, primarily between the ages of 23 and 35, have become soft targets due to the high demand for overseas employment and opportunities in technology, finance, service sectors, and digital jobs. The criminal networks running these compounds are highly organized, with recruitment usually looking legitimate. The following processes are used to lure unsuspecting job seekers: fraudulent online job advertisements, abuse of tourist visas, rerouting, that is victims leaving and then going through other countries, and then others, upon arrival, travel documents are confiscated. Mr. Speaker, the nature of the victim exploitation includes constant surveillance and confinement. These victims are not allowed to move. They have no freedom. They are then abused physically and psychologically. They are forced to participate in online fraud schemes. They are exploited sexually. In extreme cases, they are sold to larger scam compounds for organ harvesting or disposed in the forests after death. They also go through a lot of starvation, poor medical care, debt bondage, ransom demand, and victims are forced to work for up to 16 to 18 hours. Mr. Speaker, I'm highlighting this because we want to save our young citizens. Trafficking routes are varied and many. Mr. Speaker, some go through JKIA, then Bangkok, and then from there by road transport and into Myanmar. Others go through JKIA, Ethiopia, Bangkok, and then again they land into trouble. Others go through JKIA, Ethiopia, via China, and then find their way into Bangkok. Others via India, Malaysia, Kenya, Uganda, through the Busia border, road by flight, and then a flight through a third country. This, Mr. Speaker, is the trend, and it goes on and on. Let me just quickly highlight, Mr. Speaker, that in Myanmar from 2022 to 2026, over 751 Kenyans have been rescued. 615 have been repatriated. 39 were imprisoned in Myanmar for illegal entry and being repeat offenders in cybercrime. About 97 who crossed to Thailand are in the Immigration Detention Center awaiting deportation. In Cambodia, from January to March 2026, 323 Kenyans have been rescued. 234 have been successfully repatriated, and the remaining 89 are in the process of being repatriated as others are being rescued. In Laos, 29 Kenyans have been repatriated to date. Thailand, 14 Kenyans were imprisoned for bearing forged immigration stamps. Over time, 3 Kenyans have reportedly lost their lives in the scam compounds. Mr. Speaker, this is a grim and scary communication, but it is important that we highlight this so that awareness can help in saving lives. The Department of Diaspora continues through a lot of efforts, as I indicated some earlier, of communicating all the time and helping to rescue these Kenyans. And they also engage in continuous sensitization. And where there is structured migration, the Diaspora Department normally engages in pre-departure travel advisories so that they can keep Kenyans away from harm. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I thought that that is important, and also some of these Kenyans acquire dangerous cybercrime skills, which, when they do come back, can be very dangerous to the country. So it is not a light matter, it is a complicated matter, and there's a multi-agency approach with all the departments of government, particularly security-related, foreign affairs, diaspora, labor, working together to ensure that Kenyans are safe. So it may not be always in the public domain, Mr. Speaker, but there's a lot of effort going on to help Kenyans. Finally, Mr. Speaker, just to very briefly say that the conflict in the Middle East has implications for Kenyans in the region. We have approximately 500,000 Kenyans residing and working in the Gulf and surrounding Middle East region. The effects of the Middle East war is therefore real to Kenyans. The crisis entails security risks for the 500,000 Kenyans. We could face reduced foreign exchange earnings through remittances. We are all beginning to feel the impact of air transport disruption. Oil prices and inflation could start filtering through into the economy. We are seeing disruption of our exports. We are seeing fertilizer and other critical supplies being hindered, and we could also face a possible hit on tourism. So, Mr. Speaker, these are challenges that are arising within the context of the Middle East crisis, and we all look forward to a situation where it can be de-escalated and stopped so that there can be a road to recovery. This is important for Kenyans to put in context because we were just beginning to recover from the devastating global effects of COVID, and we are now seeing a very disruptive war again. Mr. Speaker, let me mention that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, working with both our embassies and the Diaspora Department, as at 22nd of March, 15 Kenyans were evacuated from the Islamic Republic of Iran with travel tickets fully funded by the government of Kenya, while an additional 6 individuals were facilitated with the issuance of travel documents to enable their safe return. So this is something where the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is in constant touch with, through the embassies, with Kenyan nationals in all these countries. The government has also issued advisories to Kenyans, and we keep updating them on what the situation is like. We have also submitted support through requisition for support to the National Treasury because we do not have an exact picture on how long this crisis could last and its full implications. So we may need the support of Parliament to facilitate an additional 400 million or so on standby to ensure that in the event of this escalation, we can help in intervening for Kenyans. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I also wish to point out that we have lost one Kenyan in Iraq when the missiles or the drones were firing. We lost one Kenyan in Iraq in an unfortunate strike. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that summarizes, and I will ensure that the documents are submitted or tabled for further scrutiny by the House. Thank you.
Thank you, PCS. Members, you've heard that. 4 policy statements on hardship areas and their designation and review. 2 on the Kenyans being recruited unlawfully to foreign armies, particularly Russia. 3, the conflict in the Middle East and its effect on Kenya. And lastly, the issue of the Golden Triangle and the young Kenyans being lured to go to Myanmar and the environs of that area for various criminal indoctrinations. Now we can take requests, clarifications, and questions on those 4 issues. Majority Leader, PCS will take 10. So when you stand, you say on which of the 4 you are focusing on so that we can assist in the management of time. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mine will be very quick. 1 is on the hardship areas to PCS, on the classification of these hardship areas. The disparity comes in when, especially the Ministry of Education, and it's good because I did hear the PCS say that the task force that was established in 2019 had the Ministry of Interior and the Ministry of Education. But the culprit really is the Teachers Service Commission, because it is teachers actually who push, and many of the petitions that have come to the House relate to teachers who want hardship allowances in areas that were previously designated as hardship areas, but which since have changed. So what I would want to hear from the PCS is what they are doing in government today to make sure that there is standardization, so that those areas that are classified as hardship areas for teachers are also classified as hardship areas for police officers, for instance, under the Ministry of Interior. The other one, Honorable Speaker, is not a question, is really a comment on the illegal recruitment of Kenyans into the foreign armies, and especially in Russia. Because as the PCS has said, there are many who have transited to Russia through third countries, or third-party countries, or, as we may say, through our neighboring countries. Some who moved from, who already had jobs in the United Arab Emirates, others in Qatar, and then transitioned and went on to work in Russia. I don't know what the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or the State Department for Diaspora Affairs would do to, in their engagements with Kenyans in their diaspora, to enlighten them on the need to stick to the jobs that they have already acquired in those other countries, other than being enticed, because those, I engaged with a parent, Honorable Speaker, of a young person who moved from Qatar, where he was working as a security agent or a security officer, in a nice hotel, and was enticed with a better pay to go and work in the security sector in Russia, without being told they are going to work in the army. So I don't know what the State Department for Diaspora Affairs would do to enlighten Kenyans, even those who are working outside our country in the diaspora, that when they want to change jobs, for instance, from the Gulf states to other countries, that they could liaise with the State Department for Diaspora Affairs through the Kazi Maju program to be able to ascertain that the jobs they are being promised out there are jobs similar to what they are doing, so that you are not enticed with a better paying job and you end up being recruited in an illegal army in Russia or elsewhere. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Jared Okello.
Thank you. I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would want to restrict myself to the classification of areas as hardship. Honorable Speaker, this is the second time that our good Prime Cabinet Secretary has come before us to shed light on this most disturbing matter. And I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, because you have consistently stuck with us on this subject. And I hope your intervention, together with that of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, will finally bear fruits, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as our Prime Cabinet Secretary could be aware, Nyando constituency, which I represent, sit right between Muhoroni and Nyakach, both of which are benefiting from the hardship allowances, and Nyando does not. And in all the successive years you hear of flooding or adverse weather conditions, it is about Nyando constituency, Honorable Speaker. So there is a live matter before court that the Prime Cabinet Secretary has alluded to, case number E086 of 2025. Fortunately, this House is not a respondent in that matter. Together with the Ministry of Public Service, which is actually mandated to do gazettement of hardship areas, is equally not part of that live matter before court, Honorable Speaker. Whereas there are people who've gone to court who would feel disenfranchised by removing them out of that criteria, Honorable Speaker. I do not think that they additionally went to court to challenge new entrants into the scheme, such as Nyando constituency, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, now that the Ministry of Public Service is not party to this House, where this whole issue originated from, is not party to this live matter before court. What stops the Ministry, Honorable Speaker, from gazetting those areas that were put into the new scheme and now wait for the court to determine the issue of those who should cede ground and be taken out of the scheme, Honorable Speaker? So that is my concern.
Thank you. Sane. Honorable Sane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the differences in the classification of hardship areas by three institutions, Interior, Teacher Service Commission, and the Judiciary, bespeaks that the criteria is not harmonized and it's not common. Mr. Speaker, hardship is an environmental issue. It is an ASAL issue. It's a climatic issue, rather a scientifically determined issue. It's not a political issue. When you use parameters like insecurity, simple flare-ups that may not last long cannot be a factor to consider to classify an area as a hardship area. We are going the same way, the way we have diluted equalization fund to cover up in major swaths of this country. Mr. Speaker, I believe we have politicized what is scientific. Hardship areas are ecological areas that have no rainfall, or rather receive erratic rainfall. Could the Speaker shed light how a scientific matter is handled differently? Jesus knows that Wajir is a hardship area, and it doesn't change, even with devolution. It doesn't. So it is more of politics than what really hardship area is. It is an environmental matter. Why should it be? Why should other parameters be brought on board to dilute the matter? Thank you.
Yes, Nabi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to know, I'm restricting myself to the Russia-Ukraine mess. I would like to know from the PCS whether he is aware that Erastus Mundia of passport number BK 642770 of Lugari constituency, Mautuma ward, is one of those who died in Ukraine, and what the ministry is doing to get the body back home.
Thank you. I want to confine myself on the question on hardship. And I want to take reference with my constituency that borders Isiolo and Laikipia. Mr. Speaker, the problem is Bole is on the leeward side, 3/4, sharing the same geographical and climatic conditions with Isiolo and Laikipia. And the fence, actually you can't even know where the boundaries are. we've been losing teachers to Isiolo and Laikipia. It's a common problem. Our learning institutions have no teachers, but when you go across the fence, you find schools, teachers working shift. So the question is, what criteria did they use to deny Bore constituency and take Laikipia and Isiolo, knowing very well the determinant is geographical and climatic condition. Number two, if we use insecurity as a measure, Bore is on the northern grazing zone. It's one of those constituencies that have been affected by banditry menace. So on that basis also, Bore qualifies as a hardship. So I don't know. I think, Mr. Speaker, you have to intervene here, because I think we are having a government discriminating against some other constituencies in favor of others.
The policy holder is here.
I think.
Makale Mulu. PCS will take the first 10. The time allocated is running out, but let's see what we can do.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll be very brief. What I wanted to ask is, Honorable Speaker, you'll find that where you have teachers and security officers, there are also nurses, there are doctors, there are agricultural officers, and you find while the teachers are earning hardship allowance together with the security officers, the rest are not earning hardship allowances. What explanation can we give to those civil servants who are not teachers and are not security officers?
Musa Sirma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak about this hardship. Mr. Speaker, my constituency is the only constituency in Baringo County without hardship. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we border.
Is hardship a virtue?
It is, of course, it is monetary.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, currently, all the schools in my constituency are like private schools. You will find a school requiring 10 teachers. We have only 4. So parents have to meet the difference in terms of employing those who are required. My neighbors, that is Rongai being one, Mogotio, Keyo South, even Tinderet are my neighbors. And all of them are in hardship. And all the teachers are moving away from Koibatek constituency, Koibatek sub-county. And all the teachers, the TSC staff are taking bribes from teachers to go to the hardship areas. So all what we are doing now is we are suffering as a constituency. Mm-hmm. We have no teachers, and we have never been given affirmative action to employ more teachers in my constituency to meet the difference of those teachers who are being moved illegally by TSC out of my constituency. Mr. Speaker, this is a very imbalanced way, and we have never been given that affirmative in terms of either employment or given hardship. Other departments in Koibatek sub-county receive hardship, apart from the Teachers Service Commission and Provincial Administration. All others are receiving hardship. What is the difference? Mr. Speaker, we need that clarified and given hardship as all others who are receiving in Koibatek. Thank you.
Paul Katana.
Asante, Bwana Spika, kwa kunipatia nafasi hii. Ningependa kusema kwamba viegezo vyote ambavyo waziri amezungumzia kwamba vinatumika ili kusema maeneo ni maeneo magumu zaidi kama mambo ya ukame, kutokuwa na nyumba, usalama na moto. Viegezo vyote hivi viko ndani ya eneo bunge langu la Kaloleni. Na jirani yangu pale Ganze tuna shida sawia na Kaloleni. Lakini Kaloleni iliachwa. Ganze wakapata allowances, lakini Kaloleni hatujapata. Na hii Bwana Spika, imechangia walimu wengi kutoka ama kuchukua kutafuta kwenda maeneo mengine kwa sababu ya hali ngumu ilivyo katika eneo bunge langu. Swali ni kwamba, je, walitumia kigezo gani kuipatia Ganze na kuacha Kaloleni? Vile vile tukisema kwamba ni walimu peke yake na maafisa wa polisi, kuna wafanyaji kazi wengi wa serikali ambao wanafanya kazi kule, na kama hawapati haya marupurupu inakuwa ni vigumu kuendelea kufanya kazi katika eneo bunge la Kaloleni. Kwa hivyo tunamwambia waziri arudie mpango wa kuangalia sehemu ambazo zina ugumu ili tuweze kupata huduma, ama wakazi wa Kaloleni waweze kupata huduma kama Wakenya wengine. Asante Bwana Spika.
Pareyo, Narok North.
Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to raise this issue, because I was one of the members who complained on the hardship allowances or areas. My constituency in Narok North works under very hard difficulties, because sometimes in some of the areas it rains the whole day, and teachers in my areas undergo very hard conditions when they go to work. And as we speak, Mr. Speaker, teachers are running away from the schools because of the hardship or the difficulties they go through as they work. And when you look at my constituency, other constituencies that we border with, like Narok East, they are beneficiaries, and Narok West are beneficiaries. But when you go to Narok North, there is none of the areas that are benefiting from the hardship allowances. So I stand to say that the Prime Minister should look at the conditions they use, because I tend to believe that in my area is one of the areas that are working under hardship difficulties. Teachers are running away. We now have a shortage of teachers in my constituency. And therefore, I tend to think that that report should favor everybody, because it will look like it is biased, because people are undergoing very hard conditions when they go to work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ochanda, is bond also hardship?
Let the mic come here. Now, Mr. Speaker, PSC brought in an issue of criteria, which I think was good. Yes. But he didn't give us the process of identification, the process of how do you get to be identified. There are criteria, yes, but of course he also alluded to some application at one stage. Do people apply, do communities apply, and what is the process like before they are subjected to the criteria? The last one, Mr. Speaker, I don't know which magician categorized parts of Nyanza as hardships and left out all our islands. All the islands in the lake were left out. Bondo has 5 habitable islands, and all of them are left out in this categorization of hardships, Mr. Speaker. I don't know which magician was this, Mr. Speaker.
Those are 10. Let's have a response. Mandazi, I'll give you after this. Yes, PCS, you are facing a tricky situation. A lot of rain is being described as hardship. Drought is being described as hardship. So let's hear your policy on this.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's becoming interesting. Nairobi got floods the other day. I don't know whether we should eventually make it a hardship area. But, Mr. Speaker, let me state as follows. First of all, I just want to mention to the House that please understand that to some extent we are limited in our response to these questions by virtue of the matter still being stalled in court. And therefore, we cannot benefit fully on the process and the findings of the report until the court case is determined. Now, I just want to state that although the Ministry of Public Service may not be there directly as a respondent, but the fact that you have the Public Service Commission and you have the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, then the Ministry of Public Service is hamstrung because it cannot implement anything to do with the human resource aspects if the other two agencies or institutions are embargoed through the court process. So that is the issue that we hope will then be overcome and we can be able to move forward. Mr. Speaker, let me try and flag out a few areas. First, I want to state that the very essence of the report is to try to deal with these discrepancies. And I can give an example. My friend, the MP from Mburi, did give an example, but you can face a situation just across the road. You'll be in Rongai, or you'll be in Ngong, and Rongai may not benefit from the hardship, but you may find a place further away in the same Kajiado district is being affected. So these discrepancies, which have been earmarked and found in the, captured in the report, maybe not all of them, but the broad principle, will affect certain areas because even in the same constituency, in the same county, there may not be uniformity. And this report seeks to harmonize these discrepancies which have been bringing up the challenge that we have. So it would be a folly for me to try and respond to each area, but I want to talk about it in the context of this report intending to correct the situation. I also want to point out that in the technical committee, the Teacher Service Commission was part of that committee. They were not left out. I think it was raised by the leader of majority. They were part of it. So the decisions and they are therefore contributors to the outcome of that particular report. I believe that the report will indicate harmonization. It is going to also indicate in some areas migration of certain areas from being classified as hardship to non-hardship areas. We will also be dealing in that report with a more detailed approach to determining which is a deserving area in terms of hardship. I also want to flag the fact that in the report, the parameters are laid out. It's not arbitrary. The Kenya National Bureau of Statistics is an institution that has well-qualified people technically and professionally. And in the document that I will be submitting to Parliament, you will be able to see that there is a weighting. It's a weighted system which they have approached and arrived at from a scientific perspective to be able to give weight to the unavailability of food, the unavailability of water, transport complications, social service disparities, climate conditions and terrain, poverty indices, security and high possibility threats in certain areas which feed into this particular document. So, Mr. Speaker, at this point in time, let me say that we have taken note of the specific areas and we'll also draw it from the Hansard where specific aspects have been raised. Rather than attempting to respond to each unique area, I would like to be able to benefit from a more comprehensive outcome that is in the report that is completed but currently just held back because of the judicial process. However, Mr. Speaker, I think it's also important to point out that we are going to Singapore. And hardship places cannot be a permanent station. You know, we will have to invest, and areas that were very difficult in the past have systematically transformed into very, very dynamic and modern spaces. And therefore, we should not, as a nation, be haggling to be designated as hardship areas. I think we should be, for good intent, be working towards making sure that there is no place in Kenya that shall be designated a hardship area, so that we can equally have access to all facilities, all services, without discrimination whatsoever. That should be our true north. And that is why I said that we are headed to Singapore, and therefore the hardship areas must reduce and not increase. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me now touch briefly on the issue that was raised about Mundia by the Honorable Nabi, Erastus Mundia. We have on record that we lost 10 Kenyans in that battle, and some may not have been fully identified. But through this collaboration with the government of Russia and equally also the government of Ukraine, we are trying our level best where through proper identification, because this is a war zone, and some of them may no longer be identifiable because of the kind of weaponry that has been used. But we are trying to track and get full detail of the 10. We also have record of about 38 other Kenyans who are held in hospital facilities. But as and when we get information, we communicate with the next of kin. So on this issue of Erastus, if we have more reliable information, we shall not hesitate to communicate and share with the family. I want to just repeat that the Department of Diaspora continues to sensitize the issue of labor mobility, and we want to have constructive or productive labor mobility. We have very, very positive outcomes for many Kenyans. In fact, the cases of distress, they may gain more space in the media outlets, but there are actually more Kenyans with better stories who are actually working in different countries globally. But that does not mean that we don't take them seriously. We do take them seriously, but I want to appeal, let us work with licensed agencies, let us work with the Department of Diaspora for placement advice. Let us make sure that the National Employment Agency is contacted. Let us make sure that, because these departments are there to work for Kenyans. They are there to work for Kenyans. So Kenyans should not be shy to seek advice from them. In Kiswahili, we normally say, kuuliza si ujinga. It is perfectly in order to seek information, and we want to encourage Kenyans to do so if they wish to engage in placement outside. Thank you.
Yes, honorable members, let me take a few more. Mwashako.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa nafasi. Asante kwa waziri kwa kuja kuchanganua masuala ya malipo ya dhiki katika walimu wetu na kwa wafanyikazi wa serikali. Mheshimiwa Spika, nilikuwa nataka nimwambie Mheshimiwa waziri kwamba mchakato wa mambo haya ya hardship allowance, Mheshimiwa Spika, niliuanzisha mimi mwaka wa 2019 bunge lililopita. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati huo kamati ya bunge ya kitaifa baada ya walimu wa Taita Taveta kufanya ile tunaita hapa petition, tukaleta mambo hayo hapa bungeni, na kamati ya elimu kutoka hapa bungeni ilikuwa inaongozwa na Mheshimiwa Meli wakati huo, Mheshimiwa Spika, na nashukuru mpaka sasa ni mwenyekiti wa kamati hiyo, wakatembea kule Taita Taveta. Mheshimiwa Spika, nikwambie na nimshukuru sana Mheshimiwa Meli, alikuja na wabunge hapa wakatembea sehemu ambazo zina miinuko, sehemu ambazo zinasumbuliwa, zile za nyanda za chini zinasumbuliwa na ndovu na wanyama wa pori. Walitembea wakakutana na walimu katika maeneo tofauti. Na siku ya kwanza walienda mahali kunaitwa Ronge Zone. Katika Mwatate constituency, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna ward moja ama zone moja ambayo haipati hardship. Yaani constituency ni moja ama sub county ni moja, lakini sehemu kidogo ambayo ina matatizo zaidi ikaachwa nje. Mheshimiwa Meli alikuwepo hapo akajionea kwa macho yake. Tukatoka pale tukaenda sehemu za nyanda za chini kule Undanyi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Meli alifika mahali mpaka yeye mwenyewe akaahidi pesa ya kusaidia shule. Manake alipata shule ya upili iko na walimu 3. Manake walimu kila wakifika pale wanatoroka. Alafu tukatoka Undanyi, Mheshimiwa Spika, nikapeleka Mheshimiwa Meli na timu yake kule Taveta kwa ndugu yangu Mheshimiwa Bwire.
Avoid the temptation to make long speeches. Ask clarification.
Samani. Sasa sisi tulipoanzisha mchakato, Mheshimiwa Spika, nilipokuja hapa bungeni, bunge la kitaifa hili likapitisha kwamba sehemu hizo za Undanyi, Taveta na Ronge zipewe hardship. Ilipoenda kwa hiyo interministerial committee, Mheshimiwa Spika, ndio kwa sababu wakasema badala ya kupeana hardship Undanyi na Taita peke yake, wakasema watafanya Kenya nzima. Ndio mambo haya yakachanganyikiwa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Sasa clarification yangu ambayo nataka niulize waziri, sisi ambao tulianzisha mchakato huu na bunge la kitaifa likasema kwamba sehemu hizo zinastahili kuwa hardship allowance, itakuwaje walimu wamengoja miaka 5, huu ni wa 6, bado tunaambiwa tunangoja tufanye a whole review ya Kenya nzima, na bunge lilisema sehemu hizo 3 zipatiwe hardship allowance. Niombe tu Mheshimiwa Spika, hii bunge ina nguvu, Mheshimiwa Spika. Ulitembea kule Taveta na tukakueleza, Mheshimiwa Spika, na mwenyewe ukasema kwamba utatusaidia kufuatilia swala hili. Sisi hatuna shida na kureview Kenya nzima. Tunasema wale waliopewa na bunge la kitaifa, wacha tuambiwe na waziri kwamba Undanyi iko pale ndani, Taveta iko pale ndani, na ile wadi moja ya Ronge pia iko pale ndani, ili walimu wetu wapate afueni, tupate walimu watoto wetu wasomeshwe, Mheshimiwa Spika. Nakushukuru sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Bowen. Kangogo Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this issue of hardship allowance. Mr. Speaker, according to the Kenya Bureau of Statistics, and even how we understand, Mr. Speaker, 80 to 89% of Kenya is arid and semi-arid. Mr. Speaker, in the entire 47 counties of Kenya, including Nairobi, teachers who are teaching in Gibera, Mr. Speaker, they undergo through a hardship because the basic necessities are not there. I want to ask the Prime Cabinet Secretary, instead of, looking at that corner of the country, looking at this situation, there is a conflict there, and you call it a hardship area. Why can you come up with a general figure or a general amounts for the entire, maybe the teachers or the civil servants so that you give them a small increment in their salaries or something in form of hardship allowance, so that when someone is transferred to Gibera, when someone is transferred to Taita Taveta, so like the one we have with the lawyers who are not practicing, non-practicing allowance for lawyers, or non-practicing allowance for the medical staff, for the medical practitioners who are working in Kenya. So that now we don't have a petition, a piecemeal petition in this House, Honorable Speaker, every other time.
Yes, member for Kamkunji.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I'd like to focus on the recruitment of Kenyans as soldiers in foreign countries, and particularly the case of Russia. I was wondering whether the CS has looked into the future, given the fact that there is a grave danger out of people who go to war for other countries. If you look at the case of Afghanistan, where many foreign nationals went to fight, when they returned back to their countries, they became radicalized and begin undermining their state, or some of them go into criminal activities. So if, as you have mentioned, these people have gone intentionally and have contracts, in this particular case, they would be categorized rightly, as you have said, as mercenaries. Is there any policy or legislations in place so that when these conflicts are over and these people come back in large numbers, that they don't undermine law and order in our society, and that the right policies and legislations are in place to protect citizens from the negative effects of the returnees? The second point that I wanted to raise is on the issue of the conflict in the Middle East at the moment, particularly the attack on Iran by the United States and Israel. I have seen a lot of the countries in the world that are associated with the United States have distanced themselves and denied their territory to be used in this conflict, like the United France and other countries, and Spain in particular. What is our position given the fact that we have defense agreements with countries like the United States? Are we looking to make sure that they don't use our territory in the conflict in Iran? And secondly, what is our position?
That is your secondly, please.
Yes, what is our principal position? Because under international law, it is obvious that this attack on Iran is against international law. It is unlawful and it's illegal. What is Kenya's position? We haven't had our position publicly.
Taitumu. Give Taitumu.
Mine is on handship allowance. During the time of the cabinet, by then the minister Andromas Otieno, there was a report like the one that we are getting from the cabinet secretary that designated parts of this country as moderate handship and others were extreme handship. What happened with that report? Because I believe that report captured the entire country where the intensity of the handship varied from geographical location to another geographical location. What informed the decision to discard that report?
Thank you. Koyo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, while I accept that Moroni sub-county, my constituency, teachers are beneficiaries of this facility, I want it known that for reasons that you all know that we have spiraling border conflicts all the times and marauding cattle thefts. The internal security officers who wake up sometimes at midnight or very early in the morning to chase cattle rustlers, the assistant chiefs, the DOs, the DCIs, the OCPDs are not beneficiaries of this facility. So I hope that this will be taken into consideration and they should be given top priority in the next consideration. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair Orot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this time. Mine, I want to touch also on hardship area, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think this issue, and I want to ask this question that in my area like Londiani, sub-county in Gipkelion East, Initially, it was captured as a hardship area. But as we talk now, we've had a lot of challenges because, Mr. Speaker, most of the teachers have sought transfers to Kipkelion East, Kipkelion West, where it's my neighborhood, because of the hardship allowances. The challenge also on the other side, like Tendeno area, where it is very cold. There is a choke in that area where people are told to go for interview, just buy warm clothes, and within 1 term or 2 terms, someone gets transferred. We have the shortage. I'm actually requesting that we should be given affirmative action to employ more teachers. As I talk, Mr. Speaker, we have now less teachers in my sub-county of Londiani. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Nguna.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mine is just to ask, last time in Parliament, we petitioned in Kitui County to be gazetted as...
Order that Kamkunji is illegal. Can you disband that Kamkunji?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we successfully petitioned...
Ivo Barrow, you are the convener. Go on.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We petitioned Kitui County to be gazetted as anti-chief area, and we successfully did it. And even we went ahead and we did research, and it was approved. That is now almost 4 years ago. And we were not only touching the issues of teachers, it is the entire public service. How far has the implementation plan gone in this government? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to know.
Mandazi?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me as well touch on the issue of hardship. For the members who went to mourn with the people of Diaspora, most of them passed through my constituency. And they witnessed the adverse condition that my constituency is going through. Honorable Speaker, I did a petition which went through the Public Petitions Committee, and equally a recommendation was made, and that was forwarded to the office of the CS for Public Service. And when I went there to follow it up, Honorable Speaker, I was told the task force that is supposed to consider the conditions and confirm was disbanded. But then, Honorable Speaker, back at home, since I border Emurua and Narok West, which are equally classified, whereas my constituency is not classified, Honorable Speaker, I have suffered in terms of teacher shortage. Any teacher that lands in my constituency do not last for 2 days. I have a case in 2 primary schools, that is Yeptagum Primary School, which has a population of around 700, with only 2 teachers because of the condition. I have since passed the same information to the Teacher Service Commission, requesting for them if they can at least do affirmative action so that the shortage of teachers can be addressed as we wait for the process from the office of the Foreign Affairs Minister. Honorable Speaker, I would like to understand where currently the position of this petition that I presented through this House and was considered through the Public Petitions Committee and was forwarded to the Ministry for consideration. Where is it currently? What is the current position for the same, so that at least the people of Chepalungu constituency can as well be considered as they go through the adverse weather conditions, like other constituencies. Thank you all.
Karolo Mondi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'll be very brief. Let me begin by acknowledging the very extensive work that has been done in this matter. In fact, the criteria is quite elaborate, and I'm very pleased with it, to say the least. However, I was just wondering whether we could include as part of the criteria 2 other parameters using certain indicators such as prevalence of diseases. I mean, there are some areas, you will know where poverty is prevalent. If you take a multidimensional poverty, if you use multidimensional poverty indicators, one of which is prevalence of certain diseases. I see there's something distance to hospital facilities and the rest, but I think we needed to have more information, or if we use poverty and disease prevalence as an indicator or as part of the criteria, I think it would be enriched. But otherwise, it is very extensive. And a quick look at it, I'm very convinced the two Suba North and South will qualify. As of today, we only have Suba, which is Suba North, where we have Mfangano Island and Rusinga Islands. There are other islands, as Honorable Chanda said. We have Kiwa Island, Remba Island, and Kibwogi Island, which should also qualify. And finally, if you look at the criteria for Machakos, Nyeri, Kiambu, Ndeya, Karai locations, Nyandarua, again, that criteria, I think, would help us get more areas. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, I really support this, and I think it will go a long way in harmonizing this classification of hardship areas. Thank you very much.
Member for Malindi.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Waziri, niko hapa leo na swali langu ni kuhusu wale watalii wenye ambao wanaweza kutembelea nchi yetu nzuri ya Kenya, na sisi tunakaribisha wageni, lakini shida ni kwamba Mheshimiwa Spika na Waziri, si kila mgeni anayefika hapa Kenya amekuja hapa kwa matumaini ya kuweza kufanya utalii hapa ndani ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, niko na watalii kadhaa ndani ya constituency yangu ya Malindi ambao tumewapokea kwa unyenyekevu na kwa mapenzi yote, na wanapofika kule Mheshimiwa Spika, wanawalawiti watoto wetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, niko na kesi Mheshimiwa Spika ya kijana mmoja ambaye anaitwa Michael Valentine, mwenye ambaye ni raia wa South Africa, na huyu mwanamume ama huyu kijana Mheshimiwa Spika amekuwa na kesi za kulawiti watoto katika baina miaka 3 mpaka miaka 9. Alishikwa katika hicho kitendo Mheshimiwa Spika, mapolisi wakaweza kuarifiwa Mheshimiwa Spika, na kwa bahati mbaya huyu jamaa Mheshimiwa Spika aliweza kukimbia na akapotea mpaka leo. Mheshimiwa Spika, ninaposimama hapa niko na kilio cha wale watoto wenye ambao wameharibiwa maisha yao. Mtoto wa miaka 3, mtoto wa miaka 5, mtoto wa miaka 7 ama 8 anaingizwa ndani ya gari, na Mheshimiwa Spika, siwezi hata kueleza yale mambo ambayo hawa watoto wanafanyiwa na wale watalii wenye ambao wanakuja kuzuru Kenya yetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni masikitiko makubwa sana. Tangu 2024, 2025 mpaka dakika hii Mheshimiwa Waziri, wale watoto hawajaweza kupata ile haki yao. So mimi swali langu Mheshimiwa Spika ni kwamba huyu mwanamume mwenye ambaye anajulikaniwa na details zake ziko katika Malindi Police Station, OB number iko pale, majina yake yako pale, mamake anaishi pale ndani ya Malindi, ni kitu gani ambacho kinaendelea mpaka dakika hii ya kwamba hii serikali yetu huyu mwanamume mpaka leo hii Mheshimiwa Spika hajawahi kushikwa? Niko na kilio cha mama, ni kilio cha haki cha watoto wetu, na Mheshimiwa Spika si yeye peke yake. Ukiangalia sehemu zile ambazo kuna watalii, kuna wazungu wengi ambao wanakuja kuharibu watoto wetu. Nataka kujua ile mikakati yenye ambayo tuko nao sisi kama serikali ya Kenya ya kuweza kuzuilia mambo kama haya yasiendelee kufanyika, na ile haki ya watoto wetu itapatikaniwa vipi? Asante sana Spika.
PCS, those are another 10. You can now take a response. They're all generic. They're all generic. The different one is the one from Munyanzi. And what I would want you to tell the House and the country is the apparent revelation of weak management system in TSC. Because you cannot employ teachers, post them, and at the whim of a complaint, you transfer them to where they want. We have recruited 100,000 teachers in this country. So the ratio of teachers to students in the country must have dramatically improved with this recruitment. It is a shame to continue hearing that a school with 700 children has 2 teachers or no teacher at all. So we need PCS as the holder of the policy to ensure that you strengthen the management system of particularly TSC, so that teachers posted to schools must remain in those schools. When they are employed, they always sign that I'm ready to work anywhere and everywhere in this country. Immediately they are posted, first salary, take me to where there is hardship. This is the weak link in this matter. PCS.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, fine. Okay.
Let me very quickly just try and flag some issues. But first, let me concur with the sentiments from the chair, Mr. Speaker, that the Ministry of Education and the Teachers Service Commission need to review and ensure that the issue of deployment of teachers is better managed so that we do not have this sudden disparity that we are seeing even after we've recruited so many teachers, 100,000 and another 25,000 are on the way to be recruited. So that is a valid concern which I will communicate and work with the Ministry of Education to emphasize. Now, Mr. Speaker, I just want to repeat that on the issue of the hardship, very valid examples are being given, Mr. Speaker. The comment from the Member of Parliament from Kitui, it's again a matter that has been canvassed within this technical committee, and we hope that once we are through with the legal impediments, we can be able to address this. The other thing that I wish to point out is that, yes, there was the Dalmas Otieno report, but that was undertaken in 2009. So 10 years, which was 2019, there was the review of the other report. So I'm sure the circumstances in a number of areas that were undertaken during the late Dalmas Otieno's stewardship may have changed quite dramatically in certain areas. But again, we will take note and address that as we start looking at the implementation of the report. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Bowen and many others in different ways raised the issue about the harmonization of allowances. This is why the Salaries Review Commission is in place. It was clearly the mandate as set out in a law passed by this Parliament that we need to move away from discretionary approaches to salary adjustments or designation and have a structured institution that is independent that can carry out this. And that is why the SRC has the mandate to advise and approve on specific rates on allowances by the various officers. It cannot be done arbitrarily by the executive. We have to respect the institutions that have been put in place. Mr. Speaker, I do agree that on the parameters, there'll be need to continuously revise them so that they're more specific and maybe more detailed in approach. And the whole idea of having the prevalence of certain diseases is critical as a parameter, either in measuring accessibility to health or to water. I think this becomes a valid point from the Honorable Karoli Umondi. The issue that has been narrated about the criminal by the name Michael Valentine in Malindi is most unfortunate. I would plead that if the honorable member can maybe perhaps, so that we direct it specifically, because it's a very targeted question, we direct it to the Ministry of Interior so that they can have more concrete responses to that. But it's a very unfortunate situation, and definitely deserves to be handled very, very seriously. Mr. Speaker, the issue of again the Honorable Mandazi's specific issue, again we would want to look at that petition specifically so that we know where it stands. It would be important for us to track after the submission where it did go. Once again, I just want to say that
You should touch on Hassan of Kamkunji.
Yes, I'm coming there.
Okay.
I'm coming there, yeah, Mr. Speaker. Now, on the Hassan issue, there were two specific issues. One, he did raise the issue about how do we manage these individuals who have acquired very dangerous skills coming back into the country, because then they could find their way into very dangerous activities that will pose security challenges to Kenya. Mr. Speaker, we are, as a government, through the relevant agencies, keeping a very close track of these individuals after they have been identified. At the same time, we also get them to go through de-radicalization processes because it's those who have either acquired military skills, those who have acquired cyber skills, they also go through a process once we are able to identify them so that they do not cause harm to the country. But the threat is real. And also I did indicate earlier that these are illegal activities. And whereas there may be some measure of leniency at this initial stage for those who may have unwillingly found themselves in this dilemma, in the long run, the full force of the law must come into play. And I did cite the various sections of the law that could have been breached, and therefore there'll be need for action against these particular individuals. On the issue of Kenya's position to the Middle East conflict at this point in time, the President of Kenya has pronounced himself to this, and he has been very specific that Kenya remains strategically neutral, and we have insisted that we should see a multilateral approach and resolution to this crisis so that multilateral institutions like the UN can play their respective role in helping to mitigate conflicts globally. We have called for de-escalation of this conflict because it's having serious ramifications globally, and Kenya will not escape some of those challenges, including the possibility of heightened terrorism activities as an aftermath or consequence of these various battles that are going on. I want to state categorically that Kenya is not a party to the conflict. We are not at war. And other than what you might call consequential threats of the war, Kenya is not a party to this conflict. And we are doing everything to make sure that Kenyans do not fall in the harm's way. Thank you.
Yes, I think on those 4 policy issues, I want to stop there. We have 2 questions. One from Oundo, another from Mwenje. They have consistently come here to beg the speaker to allow the questions to be answered. If I give you 10 minutes, can you run through them?
Yes.
Are you ready with them?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Whoever has them, can you bring the... If we can do it in 10 minutes, we have a very weighty matter coming on supplementaries. Because we also have a question or a supplementary to a question. Yes. Let me deal with these 2 formal questions first. Mwenje and Oundo. Mwenje, you can go first. Let me see, just hold on, Mwenje. Yes, Mwenje.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I raise to ask question
PCS, I've got only 10 minutes for these 2 questions.
Of 2026, and I'll go straight to the question. Could the Cabinet Secretary, 1, state the immediate measures the government has put in place to mitigate the effects of flooding currently affecting several parts of Nairobi County? 2, clarify whether there are any coordination mechanisms between the national government and the county government of Nairobi to ensure that the road construction and other infrastructure development projects incorporate adequate drainage systems that do not exacerbate flooding in residential areas. 3, outline the long-term measures or strategies put in place to improve stormwater drainage systems, flood control measures, and climate-resilient infrastructure within Nairobi County in coordination with the county governments. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
PCS.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to respond as follows. Mr. Speaker, but first, before I just touch on the question, let me take this opportunity on behalf of the government to sincerely convey our condolences to the families that lost their loved ones during the recent flood in the country, and more so in Nairobi. Now, immediate steps that the government is putting in place is as follows. There are those that are emergency and those that will be short to medium term and long term solutions. Immediate, for instance, we've pushed for immediate clearance and rehabilitation of primary stormwater drainage systems across flood-prone areas such as Mathare, Mukuru, Isili, South B, and the Central Business District to try and restore water flow and reduce flooding. We have establishment of a coordinated emergency response unit comprising the national government, county disaster teams, and the security agencies to support evacuation and rescue operations and humanitarian wastage. We are also working closely in utilizing the flood early warning systems, deployment in real time to help in monitoring where there could be challenges. We are also talking to residents so that we have repair and enforcement and evacuation measures so that eventually we can demarcate these areas and protect them because they have really been encroached and they cause a lot of problems. Most recently, for instance, there's been the threat around Nairobi Dam, which is not too far from here. We are also investing in temporary infrastructure protection measures involving the installation of temporary flood barriers, reinforcement of drainage corridors, and protection of critical infrastructure, including roads and bridges. Mr. Speaker, these interventions are more on an emergency basis. Now, let me very briefly just talk to the coordination mechanisms between the national government and the Nairobi City County government. Mr. Speaker, most recently, the national government has entered into a cooperation agreement which we can supply or table to the House so that they can be privy to this. It's a public document where the national government working with the county government will have a joint steering committee so that we can work together. The joint steering committee is chaired by me and Governor Sakaja is the vice chair. Then we have a second aspect of it, which is the implementation committee in this cooperation framework, where the governor of Nairobi is the chair, and he works with the principal secretaries of the very critical ministries that deal with matters around infrastructure. And it is estimated that to take the corrective action in several areas, it could require close to 80 billion Kenya shillings over time. And therefore, there's need for cooperation between the national government and the county, bearing in mind that this is the capital city of Kenya. And there's no way at this point in time that the county government of Nairobi can raise all these funds. So there's need for collaboration in interventions. We have, Mr. Speaker, prepared draft concept or white papers which focus on several areas, on water and sanitation, the issue of safe streets, the issues of markets and urban economy, the legal, finance and governance aspects, matters of environment and green development, urban security, and all this intervention is going to be on an integrated basis without usurping the powers and the functions of the county government of Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, in the long-term measures, in the outline that I've given, within the context of the very brief outline on the white paper concept, we have both short-term, medium-term, and long-term approaches to how we can deal with the issues that affect Nairobi. And Mr. Speaker, if one can point out that already as we speak, the national government is undertaking a lot of programs. For instance, there was no new seaway investment in the city of Nairobi since those from the colonial system. Right now, the government of Kenya is investing very, very substantive resources that will help in changing the face of Nairobi and improving on matters of water and sanitation. And with that, the issue of planning, zoning will then become a consequential adjustment, bearing in mind that now there'll be more sewer, more infrastructure, better roads, more security that will come through.
Mwenje, you assured me you are satisfied. You will not ask a supplementary. I'm not giving you. Oundo?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like the cabinet.
I'm sure you look at, there's a very detailed response. You can tease out all the issues and go and play politics with them. Yes, Oundo?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like the Cabinet Secretary to explain the delays in the operationalization of the Mluanda border crossing point in Funyula constituency, which was commissioned by His Excellency the late President Mwai Kibaki on 28th March 2009 and the subsequent presidential directive of 14th June 2024 for purpose of establishing an entry and exit point between Kenya and Uganda. B, state the steps or actions taken to implement the resolutions of the Joint Technical Committee, JTC meeting of Kenya and Uganda held on 18th to 20th April 2023 for the development of entry and exit points at Konyao in West Pokot County, Lokiriama in Turkana, and Mluanda in Busia County. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. PCS, I assign 5 minutes for that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, this is a matter that has been on the cards, on the table for quite some time, and I wish to respond as follows. Mr. Speaker, the operationalization of the Mluanda border post requires concurrence with the government of Uganda. In this regard, the Border Control Operations Coordination Committee meeting was held on 29th July 2025, and it highlighted the need for both the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to pursue further conversation with the Republic of Uganda. The committee further proposed a joint site visit of the Kenyan and Ugandan authorities to identify the suitable land for setting up of the proposed port of entry. Technically, the boundary formation between Kenya and Uganda at Mluanda and Bujinde area needs to be done in order to determine the exact coordinates where the port of entry should be established. Kenya International Boundaries Office, KIBO, is apprised of this issue, and in February 2026, the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs requested, that is just a month or so away, behind us, the Republic of Uganda for a joint reaffirmation and demarcation of activities in the Mluanda-Bunyinde area. The Republic of Uganda has proposed that the said activities should commence in May 2026. The road to the proposed port of entry is a rural road. The committee has recommended the road upgrade of Nangina Junction to Mluanda. The road should be upgraded from Class C to Class A to meet the standards required for international trunk roads effectively support the cross-border trade, security, and mobility. I think the second aspect of it is the steps or actions taken to implement the resolutions of the Joint Technical Committee. And I have indicated briefly that we met, but that is the committees met, and we hope that in May 2026 this conversation can be done. However, over and above that, let me update that in terms of the proposed port, the government through the Kenya Revenue Authority has acquired 20 acres of land for the establishment of the Konyao border. KRA is the designated lead agency in land borders in terms of the issue around ports of entry and so forth. And is in the process of also acquiring prefabricated containers for temporary deployment of key agencies. Among them, we will put immigration, health, customs, and so forth. Now, the environmental impact assessment report from NEMA has been conducted and forwarded to KRA so that this implementation process planning can be done. Mr. Speaker, let me just point out very quickly that when it comes to the issue of dealing with the borders, it's quite complicated in the sense that you have to get the concurrence of the neighboring country. And we are still working on many segments of our border. Between us and Tanzania, Kibo is working very closely to continue, because some countries take longer. You have to budget. It's a very expensive exercise. And I know Undo is a surveyor, so he knows somewhat from a technical perspective the issues that I'm raising. So apart from concurrence and mutual understanding, you cannot just go and start demarcating a border between you and another country. The need to make sure that you're working in tandem is very, very important. We have a similar situation in completing the process of our border with South Sudan, completing our border with Ethiopia. We are also working even on the side of Somalia to make sure that this process is done smoothly. So there are multiple areas, but specifically to this one, we hope that in the May meeting, we can now come to concurrence with our neighbor and we proceed.
Ondo, you also assured me you will not ask a supplementary, so I'm not giving you. You said you had seen the report, the answer, and you are satisfied. PCS, yes, Bukose, I've given you.
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the PCS for the responses. But I was listening to this issue about the hardship allowance for many areas. And this is something that has been coming on in almost every parliament. Now, I thought from his report that there is a multi-agency that was formed. Is it possible, mine is a request, it's not a question, that we can have maybe even a Kamukunji or a sitting where that report for the multi-agency is brought before the members who are affected, and then we agree on a way forward so that, because I know many members are dissatisfied with the responses that have been given, with all due respect, Honorable Speaker.
PCS, I think what I heard you say is that the conclusion of the report is halted by a court process, yes. Right? If we give it like 2-3 months for the court process to end, how long would it take you to bring the final report here? With all the salient issues, you can see the psyche of every member is for the interest of having teachers, they want the areas declared hardship, even when they visibly are not. I've not heard of any situation where a lot of rain can cause hardship. You had the case of one member. So when do you think you can bring the final report, to which I'll assign a Kamkunji? You come here as PCS with ministers whose dockets are constantly debated for hardship. Interior, education, and which other one? I think those are the key. Interior and education. You come with them, leading them to discuss fully and conclusively with members. Areas where there have been promises but not fulfilled. Areas where there have been declassified. And really, members of parliament, as leaders of this country, it's our dream to have none of any areas of this country called hardship going to the future. That's what we should be aspiring for. But as we head there, we need a harmonized way of having these hardships, because how do you have, for example, what you said, PCS, one department says they have 16 hardship areas, another one has 44, another one has 21 in the same country. Because hardship for a teacher should be hardship for a DO, should be hardship for a policeman, and so on and so forth. So we give you time to look at all these things, and at an appropriate time, once you are ready, signal my office. I'll give you an opportunity to come with those departments and rein in TSC, because that is the biggest area of complaint. At the end of the day, our children go through and face the same exams. A school with 2 teachers and a school with 20 teachers cannot be facing the same examination at par. Thank you. We'll release you to, unless you want to say something.
No, Mr. Speaker, I think I just want to acknowledge that I'm well guided by your communication. And as soon as the court cases is determined, it should not take more than, it should take a month to be able to, because the report is basically ready, but it cannot move until that is determined. Thank you.
You are released to go back to your other engagements. Call out the next order.
Order number 13, motion. Consideration of the supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026.
Atandi. Chairman, Budget and
Thank you.
Appropriations.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 48, I beg to move the motion on consideration of the supplementary estimates for the financial year.
Members, as Atandi moves his motion, allow me to acknowledge his very cooperative and consultative approach to the work of his committee that I've seen comparable to previous activities. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for those accolades. Pursuant to the provisions of the Standing Order 48, I beg to move the motion on consideration of the supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026 in an amended form as follows. That this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026 laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 31st March 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution, Section 39 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A and Standing Order 243, 1, approves an increase of the current expenditure for the financial year 2025-2026 by Kenya shillings 232,427,326,355 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule. 2, approves a decrease of the capital expenditure for the financial year 2025-2026 by Kenya shillings 131,455,269,596 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule. 3, approves an overall increase in the total budget for the financial year 2025-2026 by Kenya shillings 363,882,595,951 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule. 4, makes financial recommendations as contained in the third schedule. 5, approves the expenditures under Article 223 of the Constitution as contained in the fourth schedule. 6, resolves that the first schedule form the basis for the consideration of the Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2026. And lastly, notes the following adjustments made to the following votes. Number 1, vote 1025. Number 2, vote 1026. Number 3, vote 1033. Number 4, vote 1036. Number 5, vote 1064. Number 6, vote 1066. Number 7, vote 1071. Number 8, vote 1072. Number 9, vote 1073. Number 10, vote 1091. Number 11, vote 1104, sorry. Number 12, vote 1109. Number 13, vote 1169. Number 14, vote 1213. Number 15, vote 2021. Number 16, vote 2061. Number 17, vote 2042. Number 18, vote 2044. Honorable Speaker, the supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026 were submitted to the National Assembly on 3rd March 2026 in accordance with Article 223 of the Constitution, Section 44 of the PFM Act, Cap 412, and Standing Order 243 of National Assembly. The supplementary budget seeks to regularize expenditures incurred under Article 223 of the Constitution and to realign our national budget to address urgent emerging priorities ranging from security operations, disaster response to personnel costs, and also key infrastructural programs. Honorable Speaker, at this juncture, let me take this opportunity to appreciate and thank members of this House who sit in departmental committees led by their chairman for the support I received during the processing of the supplementary estimates 1. Honorable Speaker, as the Honorable Speaker who has just left explained, that budget process is very consultative. It is not the chairman's private pockets booklet. Processing of the budget requires that we talk to everybody, including Kenyans. And therefore, I'm proud that I am the first chairman who is doing the right thing as far as budget making is concerned. And has been appreciated and acknowledged by the Speaker. Honorable Speaker, even as we talk, we are still consulting. We will be able to finish the budget process when we finally put the vote. But before that, I can assure you that we are still consulting. And so many members on the floor who are still coming to me and telling me, Chairman, there may be an error here, there's something that has not been captured correctly. I am here and I'm ready to listen to all those issues until the final bell is called. Honorable Speaker, I want to add that most members have been challenging the processing of supplementary estimates. And I want to believe that this is probably the only and the final supplementary budget we are processing in this financial year. In the past, we have done many supplementary estimates. There's a year, I think we did, 3. I am happy that this is going to be the year we are going to process the only one supplementary budget. And, Honorable Speaker, many supplementary budgets lack credibility in the past because of 2 reasons. One, because it basically mutilates the budget. The main budget, the original budget which is passed at the end of supplementary budgets is something you cannot even recognize. But for this one, Honorable Speaker, we have tried our best not to tamper with the original estimates. In any case, what we have done is basically to add, to increase. If you look at the development vote, for example, it has gone up by about 131 billion. In most cases, it's always the case. It's always that it is reduced, it is cut, and votes are interfered with. So I want to assure members that even as they approve these supplementary estimates, the original votes contained in development programs across the country are on course, and they are being implemented because we have not had any interference. Also, as part of consultative process, Honorable Speaker, we tried to minimize changes or reallocations. This is something which has not gone well with some committees, but I think it is the only thing that was important for us to do. We are approaching the end of this parliamentary term, and if there's any project that was assigned in your various constituencies, I don't think it is right for Parliament to come and interfere with the votes, the allocations, so that you really cannot even effect it, yet you are going for election. So we want to promise that all those programs that are ongoing in your constituencies, we are determined to ensure that those programs are concluded. And to get them to conclusion, we must allocate resources. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Majority Leader, the leadership of the House, the Speaker, Majority Leader, the Minority Leader. They have worked closely with me to ensure that we address the issues of the country. And of course, the President, Honorable Speaker, the President has given us the authority and permission to ensure that we do things right for the country. Honorable Speaker, the positive trajectory Honorable Speaker, the supplementary estimates, I propose to increase total expenditure by 316.7 billion from 4.3 trillion to 4.6 trillion, equivalents to 7% above the original budget. It's also worth noting that on 30th March 2026, National Treasury proposed additional adjustments amounting to 61.65 billion shillings to further cater for emerging issues in security, housing, health, and education. These revisions come in an environment of strong economic recovery supported by good weather, stable inflation, policy reforms, and a bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Honorable Speaker, you would be interested to know, well, how are you going to fund the additional expenditures? I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that in this budget, we have increased care allocations by about 17 billion. The reason we are doing this, Honorable Speaker, is that we want KRA to focus on 3 items. One, to tame something we call tax avoidance, to tame tax evasion, and to enlarge or increase or improve the tax base. Honorable Speaker, it is a fact that not many Kenyans are paying tax. In fact, most Kenyans who have more money, who earn more money from this economy are avoiding tax. So we want to urge KRA that with these resources we have given you, we want you to work very hard and get Kenyans to get more Kenyans into the tax bracket. Honorable Speaker, it is a fact, and this has been pronounced by the President and the Cabinet Minister for Treasury, that we are not going to increase taxes. And even in the finance bill which is being processed, we are not going to have new taxes. We are not going to burden Kenyans with more taxes for the sake of raising revenue. So we want KRA to focus on those 3 items which I have highlighted. Honorable Speaker, the financial year 2025-2026, supplementary estimates number 1 represent a significant and strategic adjustment to our national budget, unlike in previous years where development vote often face substantial cuts. I have explained that for the first time, development vote is going up. We are increasing it by 131.45 billion. So in the end, we are going to have a development vote of about 878 billion. This is really substantial, Honorable Speaker, considering that in the previous year, our development vote was about 550 billion. Honorable Speaker, the positive trajectory in development spending is particularly noteworthy. Key sectors such as roads, transport, agriculture, irrigation, water, and sanitation, health services, energy, and livestock development have received additional resources to accelerate ongoing initiatives and address emerging priorities. For example, substantial increases have been directed towards road construction, agricultural value chains, water infrastructure, sports facilities, areas that directly impact on the lives of ordinary Kenyans and support the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Honorable Speaker, with regard, I have explained the financing of the budget, but I also need to emphasize, Honorable Speaker, that the government is seeking stronger non-tax revenue mobilization efforts, such as privatization and securitization. The Kenya shilling 17.6 billion enhanced funding to KRA is expected to boost tax collections and help government minimize public borrowing. In addition, the National Treasury is advancing a program of privatization and asset monetization, during turning underperforming public assets into revenue-generating entities. Honorable Speaker, the government has put in place strategies and plans to ensure that those practices that have no value, that are not adding value, that are consuming our tax revenues, are either wound up or restructured. I think this is a very important point which needs to be highlighted, that we are not going to continue to fund practices that are not helping, that are consuming money. They don't have development projects. The only thing they do, Honorable Speaker, is to pay salaries for employees. This is something I think which this House has taken note of, and we want to urge government to quicken those processes that are aimed at addressing those particular challenges. So, Honorable Speaker, let me just highlight a few sectors. That, or factors that have made this supplementary budget necessary. The first one is shortfalls in personnel emoluments across education, health, and the security sectors. Honorable Speaker, when we passed the main budget, the original budget, 2025-2026, we realized that we did not adequately cover personnel emolument votes for education, health, and security sectors. This, Honorable Speaker, necessitated that we have to do a supplementary budget to be able to cover those areas. Then, of course, the other one is urgent funding for security operations, national intelligence, and policing. Honorable Speaker, and I want the House to listen. If we are going to have incidences of insecurity challenges, and then it comes out that this House did not appropriate resources for that, I think that's the reason why even this House should be disbanded. Parliament should be disbanded. And therefore, Parliament must ensure that when it comes to matters of security, intelligence, and policing, we must provide resources for that, because we have to be safe. First of all, the country must be secured. Kenyans must be safe. They must move around this country without any fear, so that they can be able to develop and grow work and grow the economy. Thirdly, Honorable Speaker, outlays for disaster response due to drought and floods. Honorable Speaker, in just a few months ago, before the rains, we had incidents of drought incidences. And the government had to move in swiftly to be able to help in those areas where we had drought challenges, to provide food, to provide water, and to provide medicine. Additional needs arising from donor-funded projects and debt service adjustments. And the last one, the need to support ongoing reforms in agriculture, housing, health, which are pillars of better. Honorable Speaker, you will, as I will explain in the next phase of my presentation, universal health coverage was not adequately funded when we passed the original estimates. And therefore, we had some shortfalls which we have tried to address in these supplementary estimates. And of course, housing. The housing vote has received a substantial boost of about 25 billion, which is going to help us address the ongoing programs. Honorable Speaker, the government is working very, very hard to ensure that we complete all the affording housing programs across the country before the elections, to ensure that the promise which you gave Kenyans of the number of houses we are supposed to construct is realized. Honorable Speaker, let me now go to the sectoral supplementary allocations. Honorable Speaker, as I said, governance and security remains the biggest beneficiary of additional allocations, accounting for about 60 billion in total. The State Department for Internal Security and National Acquisition receives 9.9 billion, broken down as follows. 3.9 billion for security operations, 2 billion for compensation of victims of demonstrations and post-election violence. Honorable Speaker, I want to repeat and to tell our supporters across the country, as you know, I'm a member of the Orange Democratic Movement Party, and we had promised in in the 10-point agenda signed between the President and the late Honorable Raila Odinga that we were going to address this long-term problem of victims of post-election and political demonstrations. I want to confirm here on the floor of this House that we have allocated 2 billion shillings to start off that process. As the Kenya National Human Rights Commission, which is going to be administering the fund, we have also given them some 45 million to start preparations. And I think that preparation is ongoing. The other issue, Honorable Speaker, is 4 billion shillings allocated for police modernization and National Integrated Security Command and Control. This one, as I know the Honorable Tongo, the chairman of Security Committee, will explain, this is a very, very important allocation, Honorable Speaker, so that we are able to enhance the security surveillance across the country. Honorable Speaker, right now, if, for example, you got lost, like one of our leaders, former leaders, got lost recently, we need to be able to trace them. The government should be able to find where they are. If they said they were hijacked on Moi Avenue, we should be able to know how they moved from Moi Avenue to wherever they are. So, Honorable Speaker, this allocation is going to support that program. Honorable Speaker, in addition, IBC has been allocated 2.9 billion shillings to help, first of all, settle its long-term pending bills. Honorable Speaker, you know we are approaching elections, and many people are already accusing IBC of planning to interfere with elections. Therefore, we want to ensure that IBC is properly funded. We don't want to give anybody an excuse that, IBC, we didn't do this for IBC, and therefore they didn't meet minimum expectations for our elections. So we are continuing to fund IBC as part of its preparations for the forthcoming elections. Honorable Speaker, on the education sector, education continues to account for a significant share of additional funding. TSC, Teacher Service Commission, has been allocated 24.2 billion to cover salary shortfalls and health insurance contributions for teachers. Honorable Speaker, teachers and the police are the largest spenders in terms of personal emoluments, and therefore we want to ensure that teachers are happy. We want to give them everything they need, so that they are able to take care of our students and pupils. We are paying, Honorable Speaker, 3.88 billion to clear outstanding university salary arrears from the 2017-2022-2021 collective bargaining agreement, CBA, and to support the Wings to Fly program through TVET. I don't need to expand on that, Honorable Speaker, because I know all of us understand. Higher education, through the State Department of Higher Education, has been allocated an extra 1 billion shillings, and this money will go to Moi University. Moi University, Honorable Speaker, has had some challenges, and I think it's important for this House to try to address that alongside other universities. These adjustments ensure continuity in training and safeguard the lives of both staff and students. Honorable Speaker, on the health sector, the supplementary estimates provide 4.7 billion shillings under the State Department for Medical Services and 775 million under public health and professional standards. Kenya shillings billion has been allocated to settle pending bills for the defunct NHIF. Honorable Speaker, NHIF pending bills, it took us a long time for us to get them ready and to be verified. And since that has been done, it is important for this House to appropriate resources towards that. The 675 million has gone to upgrading level 4 hospitals across the country. Honorable Speaker, there are many level 4 hospitals across the country that are not in good shape, and they have been identified by the ministry, and this money is going to help to support those in that. Public health, 700 million shillings has been provided for mosquito nets and monitoring malaria control efforts. Honorable Speaker, malaria remains one of the highest killers, especially along the water regions, the lake region, the coast, and therefore it's important for us to be able to provide nets for those people who live in those regions. The interventions aim to sustain the gains made under universal health coverage and to enhance service delivery at the grassroots level. Honorable Speaker, on the infrastructure and housing, we have allocated 23 billion for roads. And the main projects under roads are one, the Isiolo-Mandera Corridor, Kitale-Mopas, Nairobi Intelligent Transport System, Mombasa-Mariakani Dwelling, and the Dongo-Kundu Special Economic Zones. Those are the major ones that are going to take the substantial portion of that vote. Ministry of Roads, again, has 2.6 billion to rehabilitate floods, damaged roads, and complete critical corridors, while the State Department for Housing and Urban Development, I explained earlier, has 25 billion. Honorable Speaker, we have 1.72 billion for water projects such as Twake Multipurpose Dam. This, I think, is a project in Ukambani, I think makwiny and Nairobi water rehabilitation. In Energy, Honorable Speaker, we have allocated 515 million shillings to cater for the Olkaria, Lesos, Kisumu transmission line, while 75 million has been allocated to upgrade Lafi Strip in Mandera County. Honorable Speaker, there is 1.6 billion shillings for water and irrigation projects, mainly strategic dams and drought mitigation projects in ASOL regions. Honorable Speaker, as all of you understand, the ASOL regions, they continue to suffer water shortages when drought comes, and when flooding comes, the same. So, Honorable Speaker, we believe this money is going to help to support in containing those challenges, and we want to ask the responsive agencies to ensure that this money is properly utilized, and we want to see the projects on the ground. Honorable Speaker, sometimes we allocate resources, but we can't see the projects on the ground. Lastly, on the agricultural sector, has received 17 billion shillings, and this includes 10 billion shillings are allocated to the fertilizer subsidy program, and this now brings the total subsidy allocation to 18 billion. Honorable Speaker, in the regional estimates, we are allocated 8 billion. We have added 10 billion to the subsidy. Honorable Speaker, the subsidy program is very transformative. And we have explained here the economic growth. And that our economy is going at about 5%. GDP is going by around 5%. This is higher than the GDP growth, global GDP growth of 3%. And agriculture has continued to play its part in supporting the GDP growth for our country. And therefore, this 10 billion addition to this fund, subsidy program, is going to support the continuous growth of our GDP. Honorable Speaker, we have 7.8 billion shillings towards sugar sector reforms, of which 6 billion arises from the Sugar New Levy Fund. Honorable Speaker, when the sugar companies were privatized, most of the staff who were working there, and some of them were released, had salary arrears. So this is part of the money is going to fund salary arrears for the sugar factories that were privatized. And lastly, we have 2 billion, which is meant for seed and seedling distribution. Honorable Speaker, there is crop diversification program in the Ministry of Agriculture. which aims to transform regions that relied on some particular crops. There are regions that were originally planting maize, and they want to move to other more cash crops, like coffee. So we are allocating these funds to ensure that we urge them, they use these funds to grow crops that are going to add value to the economy. We have realized that coffee, first of all, is a crop that can be grown in every part of the country. Nyanza, coast, western, you can grow coffee. So we want those regions to start growing coffee. So we are going to avail seedlings for them so that when they prepare their farms, they can move into cash crop farming. Honorable Speaker, I want to conclude and say that the committee made the following recommendations. One, that by 30th June 2026, the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury submits to the National Assembly trends of allocations under Article 223, including the proportion of Article 223 expenditures to be approved by the budget, by vote or by spending entity for the period 2022-2023 to date. This information will help the National Assembly address the growing reliance on Article 223 spending, which will continue to reduce scalability of the budget. Honorable Speaker, there's something which I did not highlight, that even though we were able to approve substantial approvals under Article 223, the Departmental Committee on Devolution rejected one expenditure. And this is expenditure that had to do with the Siaya International Investment Conference. There was an allocation of 60 million shillings which was meant for that conference. Unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, before the conference began, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga passed on, and the conference did not take place. But Honorable Speaker, the Siaya County government has not been able to provide, how that money was spent. And therefore, this is the only expenditure under Article 223 which this committee, which budget committee and the departmental committee rejected. The second recommendation, Honorable Speaker, is that by 30th June 2026, the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury, in consultation with the Cabinet Secretary for Ministry of Public Service and Human Capital Development, develops and enforces accurate personnel emoluments costing, including aligning recruitment to approved budget, ceilings, and strengthening medium-term wage bill. Number three, that the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury establish a dedicated budget line and expand the rural electrification and renewable energy cooperation appropriations in aid ceilings, anchored on the 5% rural electrification program levy arrears to support the timely delivery of off-grid electrification. Three, that by 30th June 2026, the Office of the Auditor General, in consultation with the Attorney General, submit to the National Assembly a proposal for amendment to the Public Finance Management Act to introduce enforceable sanctions for non-implementation of audit recommendations. Honorable Speaker, there are many audit recommendations that have not been implemented. Some of those recommendations include, prosecuting culprits. But we have realized that those recommendations are just lie idle in offices. So we want those recommendations to be enforced through an amendment to the PFM Act and to enforce and to say, if you don't implement this audit report, this is the punishment. Fifth, the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury, in consultation with the Clerk of the National Assembly, grants the Parliamentary Budget Office read-only access to the integrated financial management information system. This access will enable the office to monitor real-time budget execution and generate analytical reports to support parliamentary oversight. Honorable Speaker, budget making process undergoes about 3 or 4 stages. That is formulation, approval, implementation. But we realize that this House only participates in one, which is approval. After approval, the process of ensuring implementation presses a challenge. And so this amendment will ensure that Parliament can be able to access and see what's happening in the budget to ensure that there's timely implementation. Honorable Speaker, in closing, I extend my appreciation to the departmental committees for their sectoral supplementary expenditure reports, which greatly inform the preparation of this document. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and members, for this opportunity. I now I beg to move and now ask My Vice Chairman
in the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, this supplementary bill 2026 makes provision for giving statutory sanction for public expenditure for the year ending on 30th June 2026 on the basis of supplementary estimates of expenditure for 2025-2026, recurrent and supplementary estimates expenditure 2025-2026, development, and therefore, and the appropriation of these amounts. Honorable Speaker, when you look at our budget as it is now, one of the biggest trend that we should be able to go, and that is the position of the Budget and Appropriation Committee, is that we should be able to do zero budgeting. 2, we should also have a single treasury account. And this, Honorable Speaker, will be able to give us a better way on how we can be able to make our budget. Honorable Speaker, this budget, the supplementary budget, only affects the national budget. It does not affect the budget of the counties. And as you remember, when we were moving the division of revenue bill in this House, we say that when there is a shortfall, then what it means is that the national government bears that responsibility. And therefore, looking into the budget, you'll find that there's some bit of shortfall, and therefore you'll find that there is maybe adjustment in terms of maybe recurrent, and where possible, we try to also adjust the development to meet the requirements of Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, in this budget, supplementary budget, as my chair has put it, we've tried as much as possible to work very closely with the departmental chairs, engage them in consultation, and try to minimize as much as possible the amendments which have been done so that we can meet the objectives of this supplementary budget. Because when the executive came up with this supplementary budget, they had certain objectives. And therefore, it is incumbent on us as Parliament to be able not to go very far from those objectives and make sure that we are able to not to do a lot of amendments to it, but consult widely so that we can be able to make sure that all those issues are delivered. And Honorable Speaker, in that consultation, you will find that in certain areas where you have projects that are ongoing, especially whether it's roads, whether it's electricity, whether it's water, those projects must be able to be allowed to continue to completion, because there is no point in starting a project, then money is diverted from that project to start another new project. And this is the trend that we are encouraging the committees to be able to go, because it becomes very unfortunate that people have realized a project is starting, then in the middle of that project, the money is being diverted to start another new project altogether. Honorable Speaker, in this supplementary budget, you realize that the biggest beneficiaries, actually, as stated by my chair, is the security agencies, the teachers, so that all those gaps that are there are being filled. We also looked at other areas like the health sector. Kenyatta National Hospital, they have the cancer unit, which they've not been able to operate, to make it running because of breakdown of machine. And you can realize that that presents a serious challenge for patients who are on treatment on cancer and follow-up. And therefore, the health committee made a proposal which we agreed with, that money be allocated for the purchase of a LINAC machine, which had already undergone process of procurement. And that, to me, I think will go a long way in supporting Kenyatta National Hospital or especially the cancer unit, to make sure that we are able to deliver on that. Other areas where there are deficiencies, like especially in personnel emoluments, we know that there are facilities, hospitals, Moi Teaching and Referral, Kenyatta National Hospital, Kenyatta Teaching and Referral, where they have shortfalls in terms of personnel emoluments. This supplementary budget has tried also to address those areas so that we are able to make provision for personnel emoluments to make sure that services within those institutions are running smoothly. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to other projects, as my chair puts it, where we are encouraging subsidies, especially in the farming area, we've been able to provide, as you are aware, that seed maize, especially in the North Rift, this is the planting season. In this budget, we've been able to provide subsidy to Kenya Seed to make sure that they're able to pay for the last season, where they were able to provide farmers without raising the price, and they maintain that price. In this budget, we've been able to provide around 1 billion, 1.3 billion to make sure that that shortfall which Kenya Seed experienced in last season is able to be taken care of. And then we are in the main budget, which will be coming to this house in this month, then we'll be able to provide 2 billion for this year to make sure that the subsidy program is working well. And this morning I talked to the managing director, Kenya Seed, and he assured me that the process now is on. Our farmers can be able to access seed maize at the National Cereals and Produce Board, together with the fertilizer, which is already on subsidy. And that, to me, I think is the way to go to make sure that our farmers can be able to access quality and quality fertilizer and also quality seed maize at a price that is affordable, to make sure that our food security is being maintained and we are able to produce enough to make sure that our country is safe. Honorable Speaker, in this supplementary also, we've provided about 2.1 billion to the National Oil NOC, National Oil Corporation of Kenya, to make sure that we get it back on its foot, because this is a strategic company for the fuel within this country. As we are now today, you'll find that with the war in the Middle East, challenges are going to come. You're going to have people hoarding fuel, and that could be able to affect many other areas in terms of economy. And therefore, bringing back NOC into its foot and making sure that it runs well is a very important part of this supplementary budget. Honorable Speaker, in this supplementary budget, we've also provided 1.4 billion to REREC. This is to provide power to areas that are off-grid. This, you are talking of people who are not able to access power in the national grid. They were talking of northeastern parts of our country. And therefore, this will be able to, and those people are running on fuel generators, which makes it very hard for them to access services. And therefore, with this supplementary budget, a line will be has also been suggested for provision to make sure that the 1.4 billion reaches the hard-to-reach areas that are off-grid within Kenya, to make sure that they also access power like any other part of the country. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I second.
Order. Honorable members, I'll now propose the question on the motion moved as amended, that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-26 laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, that 1st March 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution, Section 39 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, and Standing Order 243, 1, approves an increase of the current expenditure for financial year 2025-26 by Kenya shillings 232,427,326,355 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule. 2, approves an increase of the capital expenditure for financial year 2025-26 by Kenya shillings 131,455,269,596 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule. 3, approves an overall increase in the total budget for financial year 2025-2026 by Kenya shillings 363,882,595,951 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule. 4, makes financial recommendations as contained in the third schedule. 5, approves the expenditures under Article 223 of the Constitution as contained in the fourth schedule. 6, resolves that the first schedule form the basis for the consideration of the Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2026. And 7, notes for further adjustments made to the following votes. 1, vote 1025 National Police Service. Vote 1026 State Department for Internal Security and National Administration. Vote 1033 State Department for Special Programs. Vote 1036 State Department for ASAL and Regional Developments. Vote 1064 State Department for Technical Vocational Education and Training. Vote 1066 State Department for Basic Education. Vote 1071 the National Treasury. Vote 1072 State Department for Economic Planning. Vote 1073 State Department for Investments and Asset Management. State 1091 State Department for Roads 022000 Road Transport. Vote 1104 State Department for Irrigation. Vote 1109 State Department for Water and Sanitation. Vote 1169 State Department for Agriculture. Vote 1213 State Department for Public Service and Human Capital Development. Vote 2021 Control of Budget. Vote 2061 the Commission on Revenue Allocation. Vote 2042 National Assembly, and vote 2044 the Senate. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this motion for adoption of the supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026 budget as tabled yesterday by Chairman Atandi. Let me thank the Budget and Appropriations Committee, all our departmental committees for the immense work that they put in during the short recess, which, as we had said when we were commencing on that short recess, was a working recess. And indeed, the culmination of the tabling of this report was testimony to that indeed members, especially those who sit in our departmental committees, were indeed very busy together with the Budget and Appropriations Committee during the recess period. Honorable Speaker, as the mover and seconder have said, this supplementary budget is just that, a supplementary budget, over and above the budget that we passed at the beginning of this financial year, last year in May, June. And it being a supplementary budget, it's focusing largely on additional funding and reallocations that address either emerging issues or issues that were not accommodated within the main budget that have come up after the passage of the budget. Things that were unforeseen that have been paid under Article 223 of the Constitution. And that is why I said it is just but a supplementary budget. It's not the main budget. In another 3-4 weeks, we will get the annual estimates for the budget itself. And I'm saying that, Honorable Speaker, because I've seen a clamor by many of us to want to include every other thing that you want in this budget, supplementary budget. Just to calm people that there is a main budget that is coming, and there's a lot of things that people may have been pushing for that can be accommodated within the annual estimates or the main budget itself, that will be here with us before the end of this month, because as per our statutes, by the 30th of April, the annual estimates must be tabled by the National Treasury. So this is the time to begin engaging with our ministries, our state departments, our MDAs, so that if there are any projects that you intend to be captured in the budget for your constituents, for the areas that we come from, this is the time to begin to engage, so that we have a budget process that is consultative, that is engaging, and we avoid the temptation that is usually there for people to want to parachute things into the budget. And I must thank the chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, because in this supplementary budget, together with the Budget Committee and all chairs of our departmental committees, we had a meeting last week, and we agreed in principle that we will stick to what has been agreed on between the executive, the Budget and Appropriations Committee, which has a lot of veto powers. You know, Honorable Speaker, this Budget Committee is a very powerful committee in this House. And I know they run into problems at times with our departmental chairs. And I must beg our departmental chairs to indulge the Budget and Appropriations Committee when they veto some of the reallocations that we may want to make. Because part of the challenges, Honorable Speaker, that we have encountered, especially this financial year, besides the issues that the Chair and the Vice Chair have alluded to, the emerging global issues like the war in the Gulf region, that will bring in shocks to the economy, the world economy. And we are no exception. I know there are those who've been very keen to make politics out of it. I've heard one of us shouting all over, I'm daring the government to dare increase the price of fuel. It is not the government that increases the price of fuel. And it's common sense. If you have been to any school, you should know if there's war in the Gulf, where we are getting all our oil from, at some point, the prices of oil will go up naturally. I have seen President Donald Trump telling us, those of us who get oil from through the Strait of Hormuz, that if you cannot go and buy oil from the US, you go and get it yourselves from the Strait of Hormuz. You fight your way. Honorable Speaker, I don't know how many of us will be able to fight our way in the Strait of Hormuz to get oil. So those who are making cheap politics, Honorable Speaker, it's just fair to accommodate or rather indulge the Budget and Appropriations Committee when they try and rationalize all our expectations, because resources are limited. We may not be able to satisfy all our needs immediately. And those emerging issues, Honorable Speaker was saying, will naturally distort our budget process. This financial year and even in the next financial year, we'll have to incur expenditure that we never planned for. We will have to incur expenditure, Honorable Speaker, when, you remember, when just before the rains came in, we had a drought. And you will see in this budget, supplementary budget, there are resources that have gone towards mitigating the drought situation. Then immediately the drought ended, floods came in. You have to provide for money to deal with the floods issue. I have seen the governor for Nairobi saying, as much as we want to demonize him, and I'm not here to speak for Governor Sakaja, because I only live in Nairobi and I don't vote in Nairobi. But we expect Governor Sakaja to sort out issues that we have created or problems we created over 60 years in 2 or 3 years. He's a human being, he will not do it. I'm told by Honorable KJ it is longer than 60 years. Because the unplanned construction that has gone on in Nairobi, the encroachment of our riparian reserves, Honorable Speaker, the dumping that we dump everywhere. As I drive home to Kikuyu every day, I look at the median from Kangemi all the way to Kino. The median, the space between the two roads on the dual carriage, is now a huge dump site. And I keep asking myself, honestly, we are the ones dumping, and we expect the county government to come and collect our own garbage. We must be able to begin to manage our garbage. And I'm only saying these things, Honorable Speaker, in passing, because these emerging issues, floods, drought, bring excesses that will require us to allocate more resources towards their mitigation. Honorable Speaker, we also have challenges in revenue generation. And I must speak to the Kenya Revenue Authority, Honorable Speaker. Part of the reason why every year we have to do supplementary budgets is because we fail to meet our revenue targets. And we don't fail to meet our revenue targets because we do not have the ability to raise this money. It is because we have a revenue authority that is either lazy or is riddled with corruption. People are collecting bribes left, right, and center instead of collecting revenue. Or because we have inefficient systems, Honorable Speaker. I know through the eTeam system, there have been attempts. But there is also a deliberate sabotage of the digitization process within KRA because people do not want change. But if we have to run a nation and move it to the first world nation, we must be a nation where we pay taxes. We must be a nation where we're able to generate all the revenue that we can be able to generate from this economy, Honorable Speaker. We can raise an extra 300, 400 billion shillings from this economy without having to change the tax regime at all. Simply by digitizing our taxation, tax-raising measures, or rather our tax generation systems, our revenue-raising systems. But, Honorable Speaker, it has taken us 2-3 years just talking about digitization in KRA. We must tell those in the board in KRA and the management of KRA, time is running out. We cannot just be speaking every other day about revenue, and having to sit here to do supplementary budgets. We should be a country where we have surplus revenue by now. Kenya is billed as one of the most tech-savvy nations south of Sahara. But that tech-savviness is not just by people insulting others on social media. It's not just in the innovation in the private sector. That innovation in the digital space must be seen in our revenue generation within KRA. And I know we have very good officers in KRA. We must not let down the intellect of those young and brilliant officers at KRA. 2 years ago, we recruited a whole cohort of young revenue officers, tech-savvy, good people, but the systems the systems at KRA are not allowing them to exploit their full potential in revenue generation. We must, and I want to challenge, I hope the Chair of Finance Committee is here, because there was an attempt to take away money by one of the committees from KRA, and I think that money has been protected by the Budget Committee, because we do not want KRA to give the excuse that we could not collect money because Parliament took away money from our budget. But that money, Honorable Speaker, where I come from, they say, that is loosely translated to mean that a shilling, you use a shilling, you point a shilling with another shilling. If you want to generate revenue, you must use some money to be able to generate that revenue. And therefore, we have given you in KRA resources to generate revenue. You must generate revenue. Honorable Speaker, the other challenge is the challenge of pending bills. But we stand accused as a House, Honorable Speaker, that many a times we come and reallocate during the supplementary budget resources from votes that had been adequately covered for. We reallocate during the supplementary budget, and therefore we make the ministries and MDAs to incur pending bills, or rather to have pending bills because we have taken away money from them. Again, I must thank the Budget and Appropriations Committee because they have made sure that they protect the MDAs from irrational reallocation of resources. And I must plead with members of our departmental committees, please bear with the Budget and Appropriations Committee this time round on the supplementary budget. because these things of pending bills, the more we expose the country to pending bills, the more we slow down the growth of our economy, and therefore sabotage the revenue-raising measures that we are talking about and challenge KRA to improve on their revenue raising. Because the pending bills is money that belongs to traders. That money still goes around and comes back to us in form of taxes, and therefore we want to ensure that post-passage of this supplementary bill, those MDAs that have pending bills that were pending will have no excuse that Parliament reallocated resources away from votes that had enough money to pay, Honorable Speaker, and therefore there will be no cases of pending bills coming up. Honorable Speaker, the other challenge has been that of collective bargaining agreements. You know from many of our CBA agreements that have fallen due, many of them fell due in the course of this year and others last year, and they needed to be provided for. They have been provided for. You will see, Honorable Speaker, there are issues that are touching on TSC and the committee, and those who have read the report will be able to see about 21 billion going to the Teacher Service Commission towards employer contributions for health insurance to make sure that our teachers are adequately covered for health insurance. There is 15.4 billion that is going to the Higher Education Loans Board to support Higher Education Loans Board and the University Funding Board to ensure. Honorable Speaker, I was saying there is 15.4 billion shillings to ensure that all our university students, even as those who graduated from high school last year, prepare to get to university, that there will be adequate resources to ensure that Higher Education Loans Board and the University Funding Board has adequate money to ensure that none of our children miss their chance to join higher education. Honorable Speaker, again in the health sector, recognizing the importance of the health sector and making sure that SHA is indeed working for everybody, there's an additional 6 billion shillings going towards the primary health care fund to actualize what we have been telling Kenyans, that the moment you walk into a primary health care facility, a dispensary, a level 1, level 2, and level 3 hospital, if you are registered and a paying member of SHA, you need not pay any bills because this money is being provided for by the government, and through the National Assembly, we have appropriated a further 6 billion shillings that will go towards the primary health care fund to ensure that we are able to cater for that. There is also a further 5.4 billion going towards payment of health sector interns, our doctor interns who are working for us to ensure that they have enough money for that. Honorable Speaker, the other issues that have been alluded to, those that are going towards the Ministry of Defense in salary adjustments for our armed forces, for their sacrifice and diligence that they put in to defend borders and to make sure that we are all safe, together with the National Intelligence Service that also helps gather intelligence to protect and make our nation safe and ensure that we have an economy that is growing. And of course, that has not, we have also not forgotten our policemen, our men in blue who are also serving us. And we have another 7.5 billion shillings going to the National Police Service to cover the operational needs again, to ensure that even those corners like Meru, Baringo, Tigania, and Igembe, where people have suffered cattle rustling, including Bori in Meru, that we secure these areas and the police have operational.
Your time is up, Majority Leader. Adan Haji is not in the house. Paul Zengu, are you queuing for this? Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this report by the Budget and Appropriation Committee. Honorable Speaker, as I contribute, I want to congratulate the committee for appropriating money for higher education. I've seen money has been allocated to take care of Moi University and other important education matters. And Honorable Speaker, from the very onset, I want to express my dissatisfaction with the whole process of making budgets. Honorable Speaker, I sit in the Water
the committee in charge of water, sanitation, and irrigation. And Honorable Speaker, we spend a lot of time as a departmental committee trying to understand the ministries, because the state departments and the ministries came to our committee and made submission on critical issues that needed to be addressed. Honorable Speaker, as I speak on this mic, I want to report that the committee is completely dissatisfied with the way our report was handled by the budget committee, because we made a clear submission based on the information that we had been given by the State Department. However, it appears like our effort was completely futile, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask, what is the role of Parliament and parliamentary committees in this budget-making process? If we are not, our input is not required, Mr. Speaker, I want to plead with you that we do the amendment of the Constitution and remove the role of budget-making from the committees, because it is, it is worthless to spend a lot of time, discussing these issues, and later they are thrown under the water. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask that the National Treasury, for example.
Nzengu, there is a point of order from KJ.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like just to know if the honorable member is in order to say that these...
Take your seat, Nzengu. When your colleague is on his feet, you take your seat.
Honorable Speaker, the place of Parliament in budgeting actually exists in our very cardinal laws in this country, Mr. Speaker. To imagine that this House can be uprooted from the process of budget making is unimaginable, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to know if it is in order for the Honorable Nzengu to propose that budgets can be made elsewhere and Parliament just comes to pass them. Mr. Speaker, I would want you to find him totally and absolutely out of order, because the place of budget making for this House is very well protected, Mr. Speaker, and I wish for you to find him totally out of order.
Nzengu.
Mr. Speaker, I was expressing our frustrations as a committee. Mr. Speaker, in this final report, it seems like National Treasury has some hidden cards. They bring the budget estimates, then underground they also introduce new monies. For example, in the water sector, there has been introduced over 4 billion shillings that was not appropriated by our committee, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, that is why we're expressing our frustration, and we need to know exactly...
Nzengu, another point of order. Yes, Kimani Kuria.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Speaker, is it in order for the Honorable Member to misinform and to disinform this House deliberately? Because the appropriations that we are debating today is what is contained as per the order paper. So saying that Treasury has some undercuttings that they are going to do later, Honorable Speaker, is asserting improper motive on very credible officials of this particular country, Honorable Speaker. And so the Honorable Member must withdraw, must apologize, or substantiate those matters that is raising in the floor of this House, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Nzengu.
Honorable Speaker.
You are responsible for the accuracy of the statements you make.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I want to refer whoever is concerned on the report, that schedule, where severally it has been reported that, like, for example, there is voted 11.040 up to 09, there are several monies that have been brought from Treasury, and it is written, for example, I can read one of them: increase Kenya shillings, 805 million shilling development for critical water projects, National Treasury and addendum. That is money that came directly from the National Treasury without passing through our committee, and therefore we are asking, Mr. Speaker, sir, what is our role in this budget making? Because if the Treasury is introducing money that has not passed through the departmental committee, then it means that we have no role. That is what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, because it is...
Yes, Majority Leader.
You know, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Nzengu is trying to be intelligent in his defense. Because the National Treasury, it's not the first time the National Treasury is sending addendum to the estimates that they table before the House. When I tabled these supplementary estimates, indeed there was an addendum attached to that supplementary estimates that were considered by the committees in committee. But that does not mean that the National Treasury, as the holders of the pass from the executive, cannot introduce, because as I said, there will be emerging issues that will come up. And they come up through the National Treasury and they are accommodated through the very powerful committee. And I said the Budget and Appropriations Committee, in line with our own standing orders. That is why under Article 114 of the Constitution, I cannot, as an ordinary member, introduce an amendment to the budget report without reference to the National Treasury. Therefore, it is not right to misinform the country that the National Treasury is doing anything underhand. There is nothing underhand in the National Treasury introducing addendum. It would only be underhand if there was no addendum that was brought before the Budget and Appropriations Committee. It does not mean that a departmental committee is the only committee in Parliament. The Budget and Appropriations Committee is not a committee of this House. The Budget and Appropriations Committee is a committee of this House. And Honorable Nzengu, I'm saying, is trying to be intelligent in how he answers the question, because he has been here, he knows it, and you know what I know, and you know I know what you know.
With all due respect to the majority leader,
yes,
my question is very clear, Honorable Speaker. 800 million has been introduced. It is not itemized. It is a bulk amount of money. It is just referred to just money somewhere going to a pool. How can we be so sure? Because why do we then have ministries and State Department coming to our departmental committees and not having the Budget and Appropriation Committee dealing with all the ministries so that we don't have to spend energy and time? My complaint is that we spend time, but all that we think and recommend is not at all considered, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when the chairman was moving...
You want information from Kimani?
I don't mind information.
Give him information.
So a point of information, Honorable Speaker, I think we usually get confused at times as departmental committees, because the reports that are tabled by a departmental committee in this House only informs debate in this House. And discussions on supplementary budget 1 would proceed whether there was or not a report by the departmental committee. So the one processing this particular discussion is the Budget and Appropriations Committee, and therefore their recommendations take precedence. Honorable Speaker, on several occasions, like the Committee of Finance and National Planning, have made recommendations to this House that have been ignored or vetoed by the House. And that is why Parliament is a debate house, is a budget-making house. And therefore, there is nothing that will stop even the Honorable Nzengu by bringing an amendment to this floor on this supplementary, and this House would make a decision on that particular matter, Honorable Speaker. I beg to inform my good Honorable Member, Honorable Nzengu.
Nzengu,
thank you. I've been informed appropriately, but Honorable Speaker, I will still continue and make my submission as I had planned. Honorable Speaker, I was saying that when Honorable Atandi, the chair, was moving, he also did mention that there is money that has been appropriated for Thwake Dam. I want also to report that rather than like adding money to the project Thwake Dam, there has been a serious reduction of money, and Thwake Dam is now frustrated. I think the money that is allocated now is about 433 million against a lot of money that is owed in terms of pending bills, and the money that is required to progress the Thwake Dam to completion is several billions. So I want to say that I don't know whether the chair was deliberately trying to make it look like the whole country is covered. From where I sit, I think this budget exercise is one of the most skewed. It does not show the face of Kenya, because I think money is just being appropriated in certain regions. And our Honorable Speaker, I am going to be writing a report on exactly how much money has been appropriated for which region, and I'll make it known to this country that this parliament has been involved in also perpetuating skill development in this country. I submit, Chair. Speaker.
Honorable Mayaka.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also give my contribution and support the supplementary estimates that have been tabled before us by the Chair of Budget. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I just want to agree with the Speaker when he says that we salute and acknowledge the fact that the Chair for Budget was actually very consultative in terms of ensuring and looking at allocations and what is going to different parts of this country. And so I want to really congratulate my brother, the Chair of Budget. Honorable Speaker, just looking at the expenditure highlights that have been communicated. First of all, we do have a budget increase of about 2.75% that is going into different areas. And the specific sectors that have this allocation are actually the sectors that are very key and fundamental to this country. One of them being the education sector, which is a top fund. I've seen allocation increment in terms of school feeding programs and what we call the special fortified porridge. I've seen allocation to different areas in terms of tertiary education. Honorable Speaker, there's been an increase in allocation on the natural security, on health and agriculture. And for me, Honorable Speaker, what is very exciting is that development expenditure, and especially the increment of 12.05% in terms of infrastructure, because for us people who come from Nyamira County, and especially West Mogirango constituency, which saw an additional tarmac road for the last time, I think, about 30 years ago. The fact that now we have a road that stretches all the way from Borabu, coming through to West Mogirango, that has been included as part of this. I feel like this is very significant because it shows that we are not only looking at development on one particular area, but we're also looking at other areas. Honorable Speaker, I was seeing very disturbing reports the other week when the president was in the Nyanza region and in the Western region, and people complaining that why do we have the railway, why taxpayers will have to pay more taxation for the railway to go to the Western and the Nyanza region. Honorable Speaker, this is very discouraging because why are people upset when they see that development is also going to the Western and the Nyanza region? And for us, Honorable Speaker, and we've made this known even to the President, is that we also want the SGR to pass by Ikonge and have an actual station that passes through Nyamira County so that we can also be beneficiaries of this. Honorable Speaker, when development projects are being allocated to areas that will support Kenyans, I think this is something that we should really support. We cannot be people who just want one area to have development. Honorable Speaker, another example I want to cite, and I'm glad that I've also seen the energy sector taking this into consideration, is that in places like the Gusii region, we only have 45% of electricity coverage, while some areas in this country have much more than that. And so when we have a location that is going to actually make a significant increment in terms of this, for us that's very exciting. Honorable Speaker, another area that I've seen is a key beneficiary, and it was mentioned here before, is in terms of the personnel welfare of the KDF. And this is very encouraging because they do a very good job. Honorable Speaker, the other area that is very significant is the revenue projection that has increased by 3.4 trillion, which is also should also be an accolade because we want to encourage and be in an environment where we are not just an expenditure space, but that we are also encouraging revenue streaming. Honorable Speaker, some of the key priorities and directives that are part of the supplementary are in the areas, for example, of existing ongoing projects that need additional financing so that they can be able to be completed. Another area that I've alluded to is infrastructure, and especially roads. We've seen already the Mau-Rironi road is underway, and this is going to really open up the western frontier and the Kavirondo belt. And Honorable Speaker, also in the space of agriculture in terms of fertilizer and irrigation, and the health space additionally. Honorable Speaker, another significant milestone and increment in these supplementary estimates is in the space of affordable housing. Again, for me, very exciting because Nyamira is going to be one of the beneficiaries where we're going to have additional affordable housing projects. We're going to have the KMTC, which is very significant for the people of Nyamira, having hostels for the students there. But Honorable Speaker, my only concern, and I think this is something that I've mentioned here before, as Chair of Regional Integration, it gives me a lot of concern to note that the State Department of East African Community does not have any allocation. And I really wish that the Honorable Chair for Budget would listen to me, if Honorable John Kiare would allow him to listen to this, because it's a concern. And Madam Speaker, we were with you in Arusha during the summit of the heads of state. And one of the things that really came out from the State Department of EAC was the fact that they do not have adequate allocation for them to be able to support any projects that they are doing within that space. Honorable Speaker, why for me this is very concerning is because we are all aware that the one area where Kenya does a lot of trade in terms of import and export is within the East African Community Corridor. And therefore, if you're not supporting the State Department that seeks to actually engage and interact with the other members of the EAC, then we're not really supporting that space. And so, Honorable Speaker, I really want the budget chair, and as a committee, we've actually made a decision that we'll actually call him to engage him so that he can understand why it is very important for the EAC State Department to be given additional budgetary increment. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, once again, I just want to say that I really support this. I hope that the projects and the projects, the infrastructure projects, the development projects, the pending bills that have been actually incorporated into this will actually come to fruition so that we may be able to see the gains that we do have between now and the end of this particular financial year. With those few remarks, I submit and I support. I thank you.
Thank you. Chair, Finance Committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I stand to support this report by the Budgets and Appropriations Committee. As a Committee on Finance and National Planning, we've had great inputs on this particular report, Honorable Speaker. And one of the issues and one of the things that has been raised by the majority leader has been allocation of resources to Kenya Revenue Authority, especially for digitization. We are telling them that we are now at an age where there is AI, there's artificial intelligence, and we're telling them that they need to stop using the old brick and mortar in terms of expanding our tax base, Honorable Speaker. It is not, Honorable Speaker, to note that only 20% of Kenyans pay 80% of our taxes. And what we'll be telling Kenya Revenue Authority, we cannot continue to burden 20% of Kenyans with 80% of the total collections in this country, Honorable Speaker. And we're telling them that for them to do that, they must digitize. And the solution can only lie in digitizing. We have a lot of imports, for example, Honorable Speaker, that come to this country. But in terms of the amount of money declared, in terms of the value of those particular products, when you compare the value of those particular products, Honorable Speaker, there is a huge, very huge difference. And we're saying then our scanners at our points of entry needs to identify what exact product, what the value of that product is, so that everyone pays their right share of tax. And what you're saying, Honorable Speaker, it is not anyone to pay any more taxes. It is for everyone to pay their fair share of tax, not 1 shilling more and not 1 shilling less, Honorable Speaker. I also want to thank the Kenya Revenue Authority because after extensive conversations, they have now removed, Honorable Speaker, they had a table. They had a table that was special. It was called special table. That has been giving a nightmare to many taxpayers, Honorable Speaker. And I'm happy that after various deliberations, now they have removed that special table, Honorable Speaker, and they have many now taxpayers who are now back into being tax compliant and paying their rightful share of tax. Honorable Speaker, you'll notice that we have also allocated resources for training on EGP. Honorable Speaker, this issue of EGP, although it is great and is going to transform our economy, Honorable Speaker, in terms of ensuring there is fair procurement processes, ensuring that the pending bills reduce, Honorable Speaker, but there has been a very low budget absorption because of the low uptake of this particular EGP project, Honorable Speaker. And we have now otherwise provided resources to make sure that now this EGP kicks off and every entity is on the platform, and everyone who is using the platform is well trained, including even the suppliers, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have also recommended serious reforms on our pensions. Honorable Speaker, it is baffling to have the Pensions Department ask our retirees for their first pay slip when they are going on retirement, Honorable Speaker. We have teachers that were employed 40 years ago. How will they have a copy of their first pay slip? It is impossible. And what you told the Pensions Department, we have given resources for them to automate the process so that when someone retires, when a public officer retires, then they move automatically from the pay slip that was receiving when employed immediately into the pension space, Honorable Speaker. Most importantly, Honorable Speaker, this supplementary comes at a time when I expect that future budgets are going to have less fiscal deficit, Honorable Speaker, because of what this Honorable House passed 2 weeks ago, the Infrastructure Fund. And I'm very happy, Honorable Speaker, to see that the head of public service has today gazetted the governing council for the Infrastructure Fund. And as this House approved, we now have FCPA John Badi as a chairperson, as part of the board of the Infrastructure Fund. We have the very knowledgeable Dr. Kamau Thuge, the governor of CBK. We have our Attorney General. But most importantly, Honorable Speaker, I want to introduce several other people that has now been approved, has been gazetted as members of this governing council. We have Professor Benedict Orama, who is the chair of the board of Export Development Bank, Honorable Speaker, and who served previously as the chair of the board of Africa Export and Import Bank, what we usually call Exim Bank. These are professionals who are very well knowledgeable in terms of raising private equity. And what we are saying that this fund is going to provide a seed capital for the 5 trillion infrastructure fund that His Excellency the President envisions that will take us to, as we call it, Singapore, Honorable Speaker, is now beginning to take shape. We also have one Mrs. Faith Bomet, the current chairperson of the Kenya Pipeline Company. Again, a polished, experienced civil servant who's going to bring a lot of experience both in public service and from the private service, Honorable Speaker. And also notably is Mr. Paul Russo, the current CEO of Kenya Commercial Bank Group and the chairperson of the Kenya Bankers Association. Now, this is what we are saying, that we are going to create our infrastructure without adding to a national debt. And these players in the private sector, like Paul Russo, the CEO of KCB Group, and also, Honorable Speaker, another appointee to the governing council is Mr. Richard Etemesi. We all know Richard Etemesi for his expertise at the Standard Chartered Bank. You know, when Standard Chartered Bank started operations in Kenya and Africa, these are the people that drove this stream, Honorable Speaker. And I'm excited that as this Honorable House approved, we have a group of professionals, trained, experienced in terms of raising capital, in terms of raising private equity, and you're going to see the infrastructure fund grow to the 5 trillion shillings that we anticipate it to grow. So that, Honorable Speaker, this weekend, you and I, when we think about going to Nakuru, and especially this being an Easter weekend, it's going to be a nightmare. We are likely to either spend the whole night or the whole day on the road, whether going to our constituents coming back. So these funds are going out to make the Rironi Mau summits, the SGR, all the way to Kisumu and Kampala, and all the other infrastructure envisioned by the Infrastructure Fund, Honorable Speaker, to be developed. Most important, Honorable Speaker, this also money puts this supplementary budget increases resource for capitation in our schools. Honorable Speaker, I was speaking with some of the principals in my constituency, and they're saying, for the first time, we've had money for capitation being sent on time. And you're hoping that these additional resources are also going to account for, first of all, the increased number of students in our schools, and make sure that this funds is enough to fund our schools through this capitation and is also dispersed on time. Honorable Speaker, we are also looking at a crisis with higher education, because the amount of resources that we're able to allocate in the main budget was not sufficient to support our students in higher learning. But this supplementary budget, Honorable Speaker, is increasing resources for higher education loans fund that will ensure that our learners in higher education are well equipped to come and trained so they can come and run our economy, Honorable Speaker. Also notably is the allocation of resources for medical insurance for our teachers. You know, for a very long time, Honorable Speaker, our teachers have struggled with having insurance covers that are not well covered, that are not financed. But now with this supplementary budget, there's not going to be enough resources for the medical insurance of our teachers, Honorable Speaker. We also note the allocation of resources and the non-financial recommendations that has been made by both our report and the report that is adopted by the Budgets and Operation Committee for single treasury account. Honorable Speaker, it is quite unfortunate that for a very long time, government has been borrowing its own money and paying interest on it. Because you'll find one MDA on this end is holding some funds in a fixed deposit account, or is holding some funds idle in one bank account, whereas we are borrowing to finance our budget, Honorable Speaker. So it is the banks that hold these deposits that have been selling, that has been buying the treasury bills and bonds. And that's why you saw for a very long time, interest rates for our treasury bills and bonds was going to as high as 17 and 80%. And that is why even banks had no business lending to private sector. Because by doing nothing, by just holding deposits they have for roads, for schools, for water, for irrigation, for energy, they were able to lend that money back to government at as high interest rates as 17 and 18%. And so the question is then, why do they have to come and look for you to loan you money? But once the government, National Treasury incorporated or implemented single treasury account, among other monetary and fiscal policy measures that the central bank has done, we have seen those interest rates go to as low as 9% and 10%. Because now there is no money that is available by these banks that belong to government to lend as infrastructure, to lend in terms of treasury bills or treasury bonds, Honorable Speaker. Another recommendation that we've made, and I've seen this across our committee and across several committee reports, is that we are paying too much money for renting government buildings. Honorable Speaker, you'll be amazed at how much we spend in renting, in paying for rent in government buildings. One of the entities, Honorable Speaker, like for example, in our committee, we have the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics that was given 800 million shillings around 10 years ago that they put in a fixed deposit account. We have other money that was given to Kipra a few years ago that was being spent kept on a deposit account, whereas we are paying 100 million shillings to rent those office buildings. So what you have told these entities, consolidate your money, consolidate how much you're spending on rent and buy your own building so that we can save on the rent that we are paying as a country, Honorable Speaker. Because it's the pigs in the logic, you know, why you would pay rent for 100 million for 10 years, that is already 1 billion shillings of rent, and that building would have cost you, say, 500 million shillings to acquire. So we have told all government entities that are paying rent, consolidate your rent, have one big building that can host everyone in that building, Honorable Speaker, so that we can save money on rent, Honorable Speaker. And with those many remarks, I'll beg to support this particular report and congratulate my good brother, the Honorable Atandi, for being very accommodative, for reaching out to all the chairpersons and making sure that he has balanced the interests of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Speaker. Because, Honorable Speaker, this country is bigger than all of us. It is bigger than our constituencies. It's bigger than our counties. And you must make sure that development goes to every and single part of the Republic of Kenya. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Very well. Member for Mandera West, not in the House. Honorable Ridikiri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand to support this report and congratulate the chairman and the entire Budget and Appropriation Committee for a balanced report. Madam Speaker, I represented the Committee on Housing, Urban Planning, and Public Works, and our report was adopted by this committee. Madam Speaker, housing is a very critical agenda in this country, and we asked for an additional 25 billion so that we can be able to fast track the increasing number of projects that the government is undertaking. Madam Speaker, the issue of the public works, which has been struggling for quite some time, when we made our players to the committee, I am happy to report that our player was answered and this has been appropriated accordingly. Madam Speaker, this is not the only sector that is of concern to this country. Madam Speaker, the main issue today is the food security. And the food security, Madam Speaker, touches on things like water, fertilizer, farm input, etc. Madam Speaker, I am happy to see that the committee did consider very positively the requirement of anything that is going towards the agricultural sector. Madam Speaker, I remember we have just come from a dry season. Thank God that the rains have come, even if it has come with its consequences. But I'm happy to see that in terms of resource allocation, a lot of money has been put through this supplementary budget. Madam Speaker, it is very important for us, all of us, to realize that education is key to this country. We have heard that we have been challenged as a country and as a parliament that the money is delayed, capitation is being delayed, that there's no money to fund the university education, that there's no money to continue supporting the TVETs. But I'm happy to see that a lot of money now has been pumped to the education sector in the entirely. University education, the TVET, the basic education. More so, Madam Speaker, because of the new education system, which requires a lot of infrastructure. And I'm happy to note that the committee has really considered that positively, because in almost every school now, there are infrastructure support that the government is doing. We are not yet done. We are not yet done, Madam Speaker. And I want to urge as we continue, because there are some critical infrastructure that is lacking in our schools, workshops, to go along with the JSS system. I'm happy to note that the thought process of the committee is gelling with the requirement that the Committee of Education presented. Madam Speaker, the other issue is the issue of the health sector. There is one person, I don't know what Martinez has gone into his mind, who has said that CHA is going to collapse in 6 months. I wish he's here to see what the National Assembly through the Budget Committee is doing to ensure more resources are availed to the sector. Madam Speaker, the payment of the petty bills that were carried forward from NHIF, I think that's a commendable job that the committee has done. Madam Speaker, the upgrading of level 5 hospitals, particularly the Meru level 5 hospital, which is being upgraded, is a beneficiary of what the government is doing, and we really need to support the government. Security is very critical. Madam Speaker, I come from an area that has been invaded by bandits, and this is very expensive. Our citizens are sleeping sleepless night. The bandits have been invading. They are completely weakening our economic base, meaning that we might not be able to survive for long that area, which covers Boro constituency, Tigania West, Tigania East, Igembe Central, Igembe North. But now, with the increased allocation of money that will go towards purchase of equipment, security equipment, I think we'll see the subduing of the invasion of the budget. Madam Speaker, I have noted a few concerns, particularly on items 1335. That is the State Department of Youth Affairs and the Creative Economy. There is a bit of an increase. I think we need to be very careful because this is one vote that is very impactful to our youth. I vote 1186, the State Department of Children Welfare, the State Department of Communication Technology and Digital Economy, and the State Department of Environment. The allocation has been affected negatively, and I think we need to be very careful on this. When matters of creative economy and our youth, our children, and the environment are very critical to us as a country. So I think as we move forward to the main budget, I think we need to be careful that we don't continue weakening the operations of this State Department because they are very critical to the growth of this nation. I thank you, Madam Speaker. I support, and once again I say, thank you very much, the Committee of Budget, led by my very good friend, Atandi. We agreed when I made the presentation, we shall go and mute the problem of public works. I have seen you have done something good to that, but I think going forward, we need to team up so that we can see that department is very critical in terms of implementation of the housing sector. It needs a lot of support. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Cheng.
Mele is complaining. Mele is complaining, but I've been sitting here since the motion was moved.
Do not waste your time answering Honorable Meli.
I've been
Just
sitting
make
here
your contribution.
before you were here. I've been sitting here since the PCS was here. I just didn't come now. Just being patient. Madam Speaker, it's very important to appreciate the role of the supplementary budget. Madam Speaker, after 7-8 months since the budget, the supplementary is meant to help us look at the efficiency, efficacy, the way in which the budget we pass has been implemented so that we're able to make adjustments that would make the budget more useful to us as a country. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the new chairman of budget. Sitting in that committee, Madam Chair, I've witnessed transparency, I've seen consultativeness, I've seen the desire to carry everyone along. Sitting there, I've seen my chair and members trying to accommodate every single chairperson. We sent back some, we asked them to come back with proposals that were acceptable, Madam Speaker, and I believe that what is on the floor today is a product of proper consultations, accommodation where necessary, and I believe that it is for the good of the country. Once again, on the onset of rains, emergencies coming up in the north, issues to do with EGP and low absorption of the budget, it was always important to ensure that we take into account these things and adjust the budget accordingly, Madam Speaker. And that's why in this supplementary, we made provisions for responding to emergencies because of the rains, emergencies that arise because of proper allocation for schools, for healthcare, Madam Speaker, for security, for ICT, and in the water and housing sectors. Madam Speaker, you saw a few days ago the PS Housing saying that they had been told there's no 25 billion shillings to continue the projects in the housing sector. This budget we are discussing this afternoon ensures that the housing sector has resources to ensure that money is paid to those who have done work, and what had been planned to be done is done. And I want to ask the responsible people in the housing department that there will be no excuse after this has been passed. What has been planned should be sorted out, and they should not take too long. They're taking too long with procurement. Projects that were planned last year, some of them 2023, are yet to be finalized. They are having a lot of back and forth in completing the processes that they're supposed to ensure that the money they have is used properly. Madam Speaker, one feature that I witnessed the whole week when we listened to the chairman of committees was the slow, in some cases, lack of absorption of the budget. This country cannot grow if you're not absorbing the budget. We cannot be told that the monies that are moving is monies for recurrent, monies for tea money is for travel, money is for flying, but the money is for building infrastructure. Money is for growing the economy is not being spent. It's important that the department is concerned, because the government has decided that EGP is the way to go. Let's ensure that everyone has the capacity to behave in this and deal with this properly, Madam Speaker. And that's why I'm happy that there are efforts towards ensuring that everybody is carried along in knowing how the EGP works, both government and private sector, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, capacity of KRA is extremely key. It's just that we've had this song for too long. In the main budget, Madam Speaker, we gave the KRA IDF. We are now adding KRA another 17 billion. So we're going to ask KRA that we want to see results. We can't understand why we keep saying, oh, the cow that produces milk has to be given, enough Napier grass, and you give it Napier grass, but you don't see results every day. We need to go beyond every time. We are saying that we are below our targets, we are below our targets, unless the targets that KRA are giving us are unrealistic or unachievable. They should adjust according to that the country knows how to budget with how much will be raised at the end of the day, Madam Speaker. But with the kind of money that are being given now, 17 billion, Madam Speaker, in 3 months to build capacity, even if it's systems or IT, should ensure that by the time we are coming to the new financial year, KRA is well tooled to be able to do the things that it's supposed to do. But, Madam Speaker, I've had this for the last 3-4 years about the role of the Budget Committee in this process. Madam Speaker, the Budget Committee cannot just be sitting in committee to approve, to pass, to agree with what the chairman of committee is passed. No. The Budget Committee is supposed to have a bird's eye view of the economy, of the country. So we cannot have a situation where chairman come before the Budget Committee and expect that the Budget Committee will pass what they bring, even if it's wrong or even if it doesn't balance. This has to be allowed. This has to be, we have to agree that the Budget Committee isn't a rubber stamp. We are not a formality. We are put there under the law to ensure that the budgeting process is done in an efficient manner, in a manner that ensures that every sector of the economy is able to be provided for. I don't think it's right for chairmen of committees to be coming and telling us that we can't disagree with them or that we are interfering in their budget. If, for example, Madam Speaker, in the main budget, you've given out 2 billion, say, for example, for roads, and then in the supplementary letter, you want to take away all that money to something else. What did you budget for in the first place? If you are like my friend, the chairman of the education committee, you made provisions for schools to be constructed. They have not been constructed. Now you are moving all that money away from there. Where were you? And that's why I believe, Madam Speaker, that the budget committee must be allowed to do its job. We should not be cajoled by chairmen of committees that, oh, you cannot move this, you cannot change this. That is our job. That's the job of the budget committee. And I want to ask the Honorable Chair Atandi, don't be bullied by anybody. Do your job the right way. We can't have a situation where chairs want to bully the budget committee in a manner that doesn't allow us to do our job well. Madam Speaker, I say this because I sit in that committee. I'm not...
What is out of order, member for Tinderet?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, is Honorable Cheng in order to say that chairs of committees who supports the Budget and Appropriation Committee are bullying the Budget and Appropriation Committee, yet we actually offer a lot of support in all that we do as chairs. And in fact, we make their work easier by breaking down the issues in the department. So I think I should withdraw, Madam Speaker, what he's actually saying. We have never bullied, and we have been interrogating the budgets, and we have been very fair.
Honorable Cheng, kindly take note of the complementary role of the committee.
Madam Speaker, where I sit.
I am the vice chair of liaison committee, yes, and all chairs are pretty all important.
Madam Speaker, they can bully the chairman of the budget, but they can't bully me. They must stop bullying the budget committee. We are not bullying anybody. We must allow the budget committee to do its job. If you do a report, Honorable Meli, once you've done a report as a committee, you must allow the budget committee to interrogate that report. And where we have issues, you must allow us to raise those issues. That is the way it works.
Madam Speaker, I'm just keen to know if the Honorable Ochieng is in order to be addressing the chairperson directly. Well, our standing orders are very clear as to who he should be addressing.
I was actually almost saying that I'm sorry for Honorable Meli.
Madam Speaker, I needed to say that Honorable Ochieng is on a very good trajectory. He's making a very good point, but he's making it to the wrong person, addressing it to the wrong individual. So, Madam Chair, I just need...
We must ensure that the rules that of this House are followed. We will not allow chairs to just do their things the way they want. Laws are there to be followed. Madam Speaker, and so I believe that what we brought to this house is balanced. We will pass it and request that this budget we're going to pass is implemented as passed. We don't want to know again in the next 1 or 2 months, we again come back here with another supplemental budget and doing what we are doing today, Madam Speaker. Let the departments concerned who have resources be given resources, not come back to us with issues of no absorption, this was not passed. Let's implement the budget as passed so that this country can grow, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with those many remarks, I support and will support. Thank you.
Member for Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, please, I require you to give Honorable Tanda assurance that I'm just doing my work as under Article 95, so that I should not start having goosebumps when he sees me standing up, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, by law, by practice, we have always had supplementary budgets. But I remember, Honorable Speaker, when the current Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury sat with us here in this assembly, he had very dim views about bringing supplementary budgets. And he used to say, and I used to concur with him, that's a sign of poor planning and poor management of public resources. That may be as it is. We have it with us here. And I want to make a few observations. And one of the first observations, Honorable Speaker, that this supplementary budget increases the overall budget of the national government from almost 2.6 trillion to about 3 trillion. So in essence, we have an increase of close to 400 billion that has been increased in this budget. And Honorable Speaker, when you look at the items, I cannot be able to pick all of them, but allow me to select a few that normally raises a little bit of eyebrows that we need to interrogate as a country, as a house, and actually start wondering, is supplementary budget really necessary or not? Because, first of all, Honorable Speaker, there is an increase under Vote 1017. Under Vote 1017, State House Affairs, Honorable Speaker, there's an increase of 400 million development for acquisition of land for State Lodge Eldoret. Honorable Speaker, to the best of my knowledge, the State Lodge Eldoret has existed since I started knowing the state. I'm wondering what has arisen that requires a whopping 400 million to purchase land for State Lodge Eldoret. That I leave for the Kenyans to decide whether that's prudent use of public resources or not. Second, Honorable Speaker, there is Vote 1169 under Crop Development and Management. And this is a matter that has been alluded to much earlier. There is an increase of development of 158 million for development of aggregation centers. Again, it's a block figure, it's not segregated, it's not indicated which are those aggregation centers that are being developed. Honorable Speaker, it makes prudent sense at any given time, Honorable Speaker, that if any development, it must be itemized so that we know exactly where it's happening. Honorable Speaker, without that list of aggregation centers being developed, everybody's left to imagine that this is a way of getting public funds to go into private hands without having been accounted for. In any case, we need to know exactly where are these? Are they collocated in one area, or is it better, are they spread throughout the country? Honorable Speaker, I note, just like Honorable Speaker, what was so difficult in these aggregation centers in itemizing as they have done under Vote 101109, where they have actually said there is an increase of 80 million for development for National Water Harvesting and Storage Authority, pending bills and unpaid commitments for flood control, 50 million for West Kano dikes, and 30 million for River Nzoia, Budalangi dikes, which are of benefit to me as a neighbor, and that also benefit to people of Ugenya and people of Alego Songa at the same time. Honorable Speaker, we have another curious amount, and this relates to Kenya shillings 100 million, and about 1066, primary education is another 10 million, and about 1066, secondary education, 100 million for school, secondary school infrastructure and primary school infrastructure. Block figures, no itemation, no segregate, no stating which particular projects, and probably when the chair of education be given a chance to speak, will tell us where those funds are going, because we have asked these questions very many times, and the answer has not been forthcoming. Honorable Speaker, now we have vote 2091, where there's an increase of 3 billion for Minet Limited for pending bills for teachers' medical cover. Honorable Speaker, this lends credence to what has been reported all over, that teachers have had no medical cover for all that period of time, and that whenever they have gone for any cover, they have been chased away. We too hope now this particular matter will be solved once and for all. Honorable Speaker, what is most scaring for many people in this country is what appears under Vote 1082. Vote 1082, that is general administration for reduction of 1 billion from the Emergency Chronic and Critical Illness Fund. Honorable Speaker, we are being told that SHA and the entire public health framework or a universal health framework is working. Yet there is a whooping deduction of 1 billion from the Emergency Chronic and Critical Illness Fund. When we were passing the SHA Act here, Honorable Speaker, we were made to believe that the SHA is far much better than NHIF, that is going to cover those who have universal health as well as critical health. Honorable Speaker, this supplementary budget, as it might be required by law or required by practice, has got so many issues that, honestly, Speaker, we hope discerning Kenyans will review it and pass their own verdict. Honorable Speaker, allow me now, Honorable Speaker, to turn to the elephant in the House, Article 223. Article 223. And when you look at the Constitution, Honorable Speaker, the wordings are explicitly clear. And the wordings read as follows, Honorable Speaker, for the benefit of the Kenyans. Where, subject to clauses 2 to 4, the national government may spend money that has not been appropriated if amount appropriated for any purpose under the Appropriation Act is insufficient or a need has arisen for expenditure for a purpose for which no amount has been appropriated by that act. I would have imagined, Honorable Speaker, in preparing this report, the committee would have actually justified that expenditure under Article 111, Article 223 of 101 billion. We would have hoped the report would have given us the emerging circumstances that necessitated the same. Honorable Speaker, to tell us without any justification that whatever was appropriated was not enough, without giving any justification, we feel, Honorable Speaker, that this is a matter that really requires interrogation. And Honorable Speaker, and we need to be here very clear, in the fourth schedule, Honorable Speaker, let me tell the country who are the beneficiaries of Article 223. 900 million to the Executive Office of the President. 600, actually, for the Executive Office of the President is actually 900 plus 900 plus 600, about 2.1 billion has been accorded there. Office of the Deputy President, 750 million. You wonder what activities they have been doing. And Honorable Speaker, these are not development, are recurrent expenditure. So it's possible the mandazis, we normally guess who goes to the State House, eat, drink, the brown envelopes people come out swinging with, is in that matter. State House, 4.5 billion that has been spent on State House and Article 2 to 3. You cannot tell any Kenyans that an emergency has arisen in State House to spend 4.5 billion on recurrent expenditure that was never contemplated. I sympathize with you, Honorable Tant, you are a good man, but just pray.
Your time is up. Honorable Elachi.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise to support and to appreciate our Chair of Budget and the Budget Committee for the supplementary budget that is now here. Madam Speaker, I'll start with just asking myself a few questions, and especially if we really want to move as a country and do the right thing, I think then it is KRA to really reorganize itself completely. And Madam Speaker, if KRA would want to see some of these improvements, they have to agree for 10 years. You cannot tell me 10 years we've been waiting to digitize. You've had the money, you've had everything. Each commissioner comes, but to date, KRA has completely, adamantly refused to ensure that you can reduce tax evasion and corruption, at least ensure fairness across the income groups as they go around, especially when they are penalizing. Make tax compliance simple, simplify the filing tax. Use mobile-friendly systems. I mean, this is what we are just asking for. Provide clear guidance, in simple language, so that more people can comply voluntarily. Integrate KRA systems with banks, with mobile money, for us to move out of this cry everyone is really talking about. Mr. Speaker, I think the most important thing we need to appreciate in this budget, even as I question a few things, especially in terms of security operations, I'm happy that we have the 2 billion for compensation of victims, and I appreciate that, Mr. Speaker, so much. But then as you modernize the police, it is important for us also now to give them a good cover. Because, Mr. Speaker, our uniform officers are suffering out there with their families. You know, we don't need to lie. We need to rectify. Where it is wrong, let us say it is wrong. And we need to help the police now to have, they have shires, but let them have a cover. Just the way the teachers have a cover, just the way other institutions have the both covers. Let us give the police those two covers so that we don't find them very agitated and they are not speaking, but they will speak from others and they will tell us how they are suffering. So that thing, Mr. Speaker, the CS must deal with it. Mr. Speaker, you imagine IEBC, we are now giving them 2 billion shillings to settle legal pending bills. You know, as much as we are being very agitated here, it is not right that an institution of government so much sued until you want to pay them. We have to pay 2.9 billion legal pending bills. And when I look at the education sector, we also have at least the 3.88 billion to clear the outstanding university salaries. That is a plus to our chairman and the budget committee, because this was a CBA of 2017 to 2021. And some of these things, you realize, were supposed to be sorted out before we went to the elections of 2022, Mr. Speaker. So it is also very unfortunate sometimes when we find ourselves in this crisis. In the health sector, Mr. Speaker, we find ourselves with now 4 billion shillings to pay the defunct NHIF. But I'm hoping we shall pay. I'm hoping we will pay some of the hospitals the way they have been really pushing and asking. And now Parliament has put the money. Can the institutions that are supposed now to ensure pay this money, Mr. Let them not come here again and tell us another story. Mr. Speaker, we have the money for the roads. I see Nairobi there. I see the Kitale Mopas corridor. I see Dongo Kundu. You know, some of these things are things that were done even before we came to elections of 2022.